Hey guys, how's it going? Back with some more Sunday tournaments. Going to open King Jack suited here. So currently just got 2 tournaments going. I'm going to check here on a great spot. We've got the Hodder 27 and we've got the Bounty Builder 11. I've already busted the bigger 11. So here I'm just going to fold King Jack of spades, I think. Doesn't feel like a great spot. Queen 4 off here, going to fold as well. Friend of MTT Poker School, Viertyke, all in here with ace-3 off. Gonna need to get there, does not. It is a re-entry tournament though, so maybe he's gonna come back and we'll see him later. Okay, we're gonna fold 5-3 off. And we're probably gonna fold 8-3 off as well. Okay, Queen 3 off here, just gonna go for a limp. Okay, get jammed on, easy fold. 4-3 off, just gonna be a fold. So I hope everybody is doing well. Nice Sunday, nice day for it. Probably a better day to be outside. Queen 5 off, Bounty Builder 11. It's going to be an easy fold. This guy's playing a lot of pots, which is good to see. Right, 7-5 off in the Hodder 27. There's 9 minutes left of late reg, I think. So don't mind getting back in. And Queen 7 off here then, Bounty Builder 11, just going to be a fold as well. And Aziz in the YouTube chat, how you doing? fold at 9-3 off. Okay, let's go over here, 6-4 off, just going to be an easy fold. So if you've just joined the stream, we've got 2 tournaments, Hodder 27 and a Bounty Builder 11 at the moment. We have already busted the bigger 11. Those are the only 3 tournaments I've played so far this morning. Got loads of tournaments to come. We've got the bigger 22, which we're going to get in now. Just check how that is. Looks good to me. So we're in the bigger 22 as well. We'll play the 44 Bounty Builder in just over 20 minutes. And then we've got the Sunday starters at 11 o'clock, the bigger 1650, 11. Might play the Hodder 82. We've got the Hodder 1650, the Bounty Builder 22, and probably wrap things up with the bigger 27. I fold 6-4 suited here. Got another 6 minutes of late reg, so if we do bust, we can re-enter. And Moist Flops in the YouTube chat saying good luck live session, question mark. And it is, yep, live session. Going to be streaming until we finish. Last week we had over a 7-hour stream, which was great fun. And yeah, today we're going to do the same. We're going to open here with ace 9 of spades. We'll stay on here. Nothing really happening on the other tables. And Kribu in Twitch chat saying, you have a beard now, huh? I've got some sort of facial foliage, yeah. Okay, so I think we can probably have a couple of sizes here. He is going to have some strong hands, but so are we. He can have more 4s than us, he can have more 2 pairs, but then we have all the over pairs. So I'm going to go for a slightly bigger bet. He can't fold a flush draw, an 8, a 4. It's not a great card for us. Let me just turn my beeps down a little bit. He can definitely have an 8 here, but I think I'm just going to continue to bet. I think our hand's strong enough. And I mean, check call, check jam, very often an 8 in this spot. It is a re-entry tournament though, so I'm quite tempted to just call and maybe he has like some sort of combo draw that he's supposed to. He's very often going to have an 8 here. If this was not a re-entry tournament, I think I would fold, just because population's just not finding enough bluffs here. But because it's re-entry, like I don't really mind. So yeah, here's an 8. That's to be expected, and we're just going to re-enter. Okay, 10-5 off, going to be a fold. Okay, let's go over to here, pocket 2s. Okay, we'll check. No set, no bet. I'm going to check. And I'm going to fold to a small bet and a call. Mr. Pro Poker 888 saying Shabbat Shalom. Thanks very much in yeah, YouTube chat. Okay, Hodder 27. There's a minute left until late registration ends, so definitely not unhappy to get all in here. Hopefully, though, we don't want this guy to tank and for us to bust in and you know, where we can't re-enter. That would suck. He's doing his best though to time bank. Okay, get called by Ace Deuce. He was short though. Okay, it's a great turn card. Let's have a look. Can't see how many chips I've got. 15 bigs. We go for a min raise here. We get flattered by a short stack, so you know, keep an eye on that. We're going to start with a check. Not very good board. 3 ways as well. Third pair, no backdoor flush draw. Goes check, check, check. So we could have the best hand, but there's going to be some, I guess, like Queen Jack, Queen 10 suited in this guy's range, even though he probably shouldn't flat those hands. So check. And now I'm going to see if we can maybe beat 8s. I mean, that would be amazing. I don't think... I mean, we could get some better hands to fold, but there aren't that many better hands that would have taken this line that will fold. So, okay, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, folding 7-6 then. Okay, let's go down here. Pocket 2s. Soft tournament. You know, this is probably not making that much money as a call, but when we're not going to get squeezed that often, I think we can go for a call here. Pretty nice flop for us. And he bets. I think we're just going to call here. Don't see any reason to raise. I mean, it's a low board. He should have a lot of big cards, so we don't mind him catching up a bit. If he has King Queen, Ace Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10 now, then that's a great situation for us. He's setting up so that he can jam river, so it's very likely that he has like aces and kings here. Maybe Ace Queen. It's just going to call again. And yeah, only really fearing like a better set or Jack 10. But he can definitely take this line with worse, of course. So we're going to ship the river. Hope that he does have one of those weaker hands. And he has Queen Jack, perfect. So that's a nice situation for us. Get Ace Queen off behind, so let's open that one as well. Trying to keep an eye on the chat here. Over on the other screen. Okay, so we get 3-bet. This player has played a bit sort of fruitily so far. So, you know, this is a GTO call against someone who's too tight. You should fold because they're not finding enough bluffs and you don't want to play ace queen off out of position. 3-bet pot. Against this guy who's just been playing a little bit too wild, we're definitely going to call. Goes check, check. Probably just has kings. He now bets, and we're going to fold. Easy game. Okay, you're going to fold king deuce off. If he folds to us up here with king 9 off, we will shove. Hotter 27. Okay, it does. That's what we're going to do. Okay, get called by a small blind. Shout out to Sirius Altair for the follow on Twitch. It's a great flop. Let's see if we can hold. Do. Get the double then in the hotter 27. Nice situation. Going to fold 10 deuce off. And down here, 5 deuce off versus under the gun. Just going to be a fold. So if you've just joined, we've got the hotter 27 here where we just doubled up to 1.4x starting stack. Bounty Builder 11, nothing much has happened. In fact, we've played no hands so far. We just lost the blinds and antes, so that's fun. And down here, we're in for our second bullet in the bigger 22. We got it in with top pair against trips, and it was a spot where in a freeze out, I would have just folded because I think he's just too heavily weighted towards trips and not enough bluffs, not enough like combo draws and other bluffs. So, but because it was re-entry, I was willing to take sort of the risk. And yeah, he had trips and we lost there. So we re-entered and then we got it in with a set against top pair, which was good. And so that's where we're at now. Okay, he's got some stuff in the chat. Edward Latter saying, morning Gareth, thank you. Good morning to you, Edward. Kribu has now moved over to YouTube. Is the old group chat still kicking? I guess so. Thomas O'Brien, deuces never loses. I've never understood why it's deuces never loses when they don't really rhyme, whereas twos never lose definitely does rhyme. Twos and lose. Otherwise, I feel it's like deuces never loses, and that doesn't make sense. We're going to fold king deuce off. Let's go up to hotter 27. We're going to min raise, fold ace 9 off. So if you are watching on Twitch, we are streaming on YouTube as well. And if you're watching on YouTube, we are streaming on Twitch. So whichever platform you enjoy most, definitely watch on there. Get that one through then with ace 9 off. Queen 9 off is going to be a fold. Let's go down to the bigger 22. King jack off here. I think I'm just going to fold. Yep, I'm just going to fold in this spot. Everyone loves seeing aces versus kings. There you go. Bounty Builder 11. And thank you, Royal K84, for the follow on Twitch. Question from Edward in the chat. Against a wild player, not tempted to 4-bet ace queen? Not really. Just gonna call. I guess like you 4-bet get it in, but it's such a soft tournament. I don't want to be like 4-bet getting it in out of position, and yeah, I just don't think it's a good spot. So I think I'd sooner call, keep his bluffs in, and get him to do some crazy stuff post flop. Okay, 8-4 off here. I'm probably just gonna fold. You can definitely limp here if you think that the big blind is not going to be ISOing wide enough. But in this spot, yeah, I was probably just going to fold. But yeah, against these raising a call, definitely a fold. So the Bounty Builder 11, we still haven't played a hand. We've been dealt 26, and now it's VPIP 0, preflop raise 0. I think we might play this one, though. We cover this guy at least. And there's one big blind into this. I don't think we're going to be dominated too often. Like there's not too much. There shouldn't be too much like ace-4, ace-5 in this flatting range. There might be some in the opening and in the small blind, but I think it's fine. It's definitely more difficult to realize equity multi-way, especially out of position as well. And Royal K84 in the Twitch chat saying, good luck, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Going to check. Continue to check. So I could consider bluffing this hand if a 4 comes, I think. Actually, no, it wouldn't be a bluff. Because we'd have 2 pair. Yeah, if let's say we had like 6-4, that also... yeah, 6-4, let's say on a 4, we block like the most obvious calls on the river, and we unblock hands that will fold like 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, 6, 7s, stuff like that. Anyway, yeah, we're just going to continue to check and probably lose. Okay, so one hand, look at us. The biggest nits in the world, playing 4-0. So great question from Thomas O'Brien. Would you say your style is more GTO or exploitative? I would say, hang on one second, let me call here. I would say my style, I would say that my strategy rather than style is built on GTO principles and then exploiting where I believe population is playing, you know, suboptimally or very far from GTO. And I think that, you know, I feel like it's not like one or the other. You need one to be able to do the other, basically. Okay, so we're out of position. We draw to a queen. We lose. We do have a heart. We don't close the action. I think I'm just going to fold here. 5 deuce suited, going to peel in the big blind. And we'll check. I think we can do either here. Versus the bigger bet, I think just going for a call is probably better. We raise and then get jammed on. We're calling it off with a 5-high flush draw. That seems pretty nasty. Whereas if he made a small bet, we raise, like maybe he doesn't rip. Okay, good turn card for us. Going to go for a check again. Okay, he checks back. So we're going to have some hands that missed, right? So King Jack, Jack 9, maybe some, I mean, maybe not Jack 8. if versus the bigger bet. So I think going for a pot size bet on the river here is reasonable. I feel like it's between half pot and full pot. Just trying to work this out. I'm going to go half pot. I just feel like there's not as much that he can call with on the river after checking back the turn. Like, he can still value bet, you know, non-flushes on the turn. Okay, scoop a nice pot there then, up to 2x starting stack. So he had king queen. I think it's reasonable. Like, obviously, you know, it's one hand where we can definitely get more value from, but you know, the smaller we bet, the more hands will call. The bigger the bet, the fewer hands will call, but you know, more hands will fold. I'm going to mark it for review because I just want to see what's the optimum size. Like, yeah, what's the optimum size on that river? Let's move on to some more hands. So in the YouTube chat, we're getting into a bit of a debate about loses and looses. The thing with, I mean, obviously they're two different words. Loose means like not tight, an appropriate word in poker, and lose is obviously the opposite of to win. Anyway, let's have a look at some more comments in the YouTube chat. So Edward asked, what do you think about a 4-bet with ace queen there, Thomas? Are we happy to call it off for 25 bigs effective against a wild player? I feel like it was more than 25 bigs against that guy at the time of the hand. I'm going to rewind and have a look. So it was, he had over 5k, so it was like 33 bigs effective. I don't think that 4-bet getting it in. I mean, you wouldn't 4-bet, you would just jam with ace queen. So you'd have to be confident that he's just going to 3-bet call ace jack or some other nonsense in that spot. And I think we haven't seen anything to suggest that. He's been wild, like he's been, you know, very, very loose. We can see here, been playing 50-35, but you know, limited sample. Thomas said, if he's known to be wild, I really like a 4-bet, given he can be 3-betting suited connectors and dominated aces. Yeah, I feel like if he's doing that though, then we should just call and play a pot, you know, out of position. You know, keep all those hands in. If we 4-bet and he folds, then okay, we denied equity to those hands and the ability to bluff us on later streets, but we also gave him a chance to catch up and you know, do something wrong post flop. So we isolate here with ace jack off against a loose player. Excuse me. We are going to go for a bet. It's like quarter pot-ish. It's a pretty good turn card. So I'm now just going to probably bet 2/3 pot. Is that going to set us up? We're going to have 25 bigs back. There's going to be 35 in the middle. Looks about right. If he jams here, that's a great situation. But I really don't know. Like, he'd have to have ace-4, ace-5 probably to limp call. And yeah, sometimes players go crazy there with like the ace-x suited. So okay, back to starting stack then. Bounty Builder 11. We've now played 3 hands, doing well. Okay, so Edward says, on the GTO thing, at what stage does it kick in? I feel like GTO is super effective against people who play perfectly, but a lower stakes and exploitative strategy is best. I just remembered how I was talking for over 7 hours last Sunday. My voice started to go, and we're half an hour in, and yeah, it's starting to go again. Excuse me. Right, let's tackle that question. Exploitative is definitely the way to go to make more money in low and mid stakes tournaments, maybe even, you know, up to 109s. but you can't. But it's very difficult to know how to exploit someone if you don't know what they're supposed to be doing. Like, you might have an idea that, oh, this guy, does this, right? He calls too much, or he folds too much, or whatever. And let's go down here. See me fold. Exciting stuff. So you have an idea of, okay, they're doing something wrong, but you only know that because you have studied those spots, and you know, okay, he should be calling here more often, or he should be raising, or whatever. And so what the sort of taking the sort of GTO approach does is it gives you that baseline, that the fundamentals, to sort of look at it and go, okay, this is what we're supposed to do in these situations. But actually, I think population, is the broadest sense of the word, and population changes depending on the tournament, and also recreational players versus more regular players. You then have to, see what the difference is and make the adjustments. So, if you've never looked at GTO strategy, then I think it's very, very difficult to build an exploitative sort of framework or strategy, because you need to know, you need one to do the other. You need to know what the GTO looks like, and in order to go, okay, yeah, this is where population are playing way different from how they should be, and this is how I'm going to exploit it. I guess the most simple way to look at it is, let's say you're in the blinds and you're in the big blind, and the small blind's supposed to jam X% range, but it's a recreational player, so you think he's going to be a lot tighter. So then you would call a lot tighter. You wouldn't go with the GTO calling range in that spot, and that's a very sensible decision. And if you were playing against a really funky, loose player, then maybe even go wider than GTO. That's as a general rule, and a sort of simplified idea of someone shoving 10 bigs in the small blind versus the big blind. So that's my view on it, and it's something that I teach in my online course. We are going to go up here. Actually just going to fold versus the 3x. It's too many chips to risk off our stack. We're not loving life. I mean, 74 left, 53 paid, so we probably need a double. Yeah, we need to double up, either by getting it in and winning, or getting people to fold a few times, in order for us to cash in this tournament. We've really not had many hands playing 13-11. Looks like we're a real nit. If you've just joined the stream today, you haven't watched the last few, then you'll see. You might think that I'm playing too tight, but based on these stats. But obviously these are small samples, and yeah, that's that. Sam in the Twitch chat saying good morning. Good morning to you, sir. Thanks for tuning in. Probably going to jam King 7 off here if it folds to us. But more interestingly, let's go down here for the aces. Okay. And going to 3-bet. 2 3x's raise. And I guess we're just going to get it in here. I mean, as a very quick 4-bet, I think it's very unlikely that is a bluff. Probably unlikely it's a really... I guess it could be kings. But if he had aces, maybe it takes a little bit more time. But anyway, if we're going to go for it. Ace-king. Okay, fair enough. Nice pot to win. Obviously, just a cooler. Those 40 bigs effective. Ace-king suited. He should probably just jam, though, rather than 4-bet. I mean, maybe he gets me to fold some hands. I'm going to go for a min raise here with 30 big blind stack and an 11 big blind stack here. See what's going on in the chat. Okay, get called by the button. This player is playing a lot of hands so far. Okay, so we're getting almost 2-1 here. If we had a slightly better hand, I'd be very happy to get in. If I had a slightly worse hand, I'd be very happy to fold. I feel like it's probably just on the edge. If it was just like this guy and we were getting the same price, then I think I would get it in. Just a little bit cautious of this guy. But, you know. A5 off, going to fold. So we've got almost 4x starting stack in the bigger 22, which is lovely. I'm going to flick in the 44 bounty builder in a minute. Excuse me. Oh, hello. Just wait for a while and you shall be rewarded. Patience is the name of the game. So this is what we're looking for. We were looking for the double. So we're hoping to get called and win here. Pot of 27, 69 left. We're 68th at the moment, 53 paid. So pretty close to the money. Ooh, that's unfortunate, but never mind. Okay, king jack off. Obviously depends on the action versus the small blind jam. It's an easy call. I think so. We don't fold here. We have to either call or we jam. Calling is okay. He's opened into us, so he obviously has a hand better than say the average. So I'm just going to call here. It's not a great flop for us, given that we probably never have an ace. Yeah, I think you can jam there as well. So jam pre-flop. Folds to us here. We're going to jam with an ace. Just looking to get ourselves into a spot where we can double up. But yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, as I said, you can definitely, you could jam that king jack, I think. Okay, let's go up to pocket kings here in the bounty builder 11. Again, we've raised 2% of hands so far. So normally I'd go to like 7 bigs here against 1, go to 9 bigs against 2, but it's very unlikely to be a bluff. Like, it doesn't really look like a bluff in that spot. So I think I'm just going to ship instead. This guy looks like he's thinking about it, so we cover him actually. And we cover the original razor. Okay, so yeah, perfect spot just to squeeze jam with pocket kings here. Sadly, we look like a nit, so everyone's probably going to fold, but you know. Okay, get called by ace queen. He has us covered, so we don't mind a king coming, to be honest. Boom. Okay, up to 73 bigs then in this tournament. 2x starting stack. Let's go now to pocket jacks in the bigger 22. And a decent number of straight draws here. I'm going to size up a little bit. He can't fold a 9, can't fold straight draws. Probably can't fold a lot of other, hands that are connected with the board. So we can size up a little bit there. And we are in desperate need of something here. We're all in. 2.6 bigs. Let's see if we can spin this up. We should get called by 100% of hands. We're ahead. We dominated him. Come on. Hold. Fade the heart. No. Okay, we're out of the heart of 27. Sounds like the perfect spot to flick in the 44 bounty builder. Pocket twos here, gonna call. And yeah, we're in the 44 bounty now. This is a really big bet. I think I'm just going to fold, actually. I just don't think it's necessary to continue here. Like, you're probably supposed to call here, but I think a pot size bet, he's going to have a lot of bigger hands than ours. We might be drawing to 2 outs, and if a 3 comes, we get counterfeited anyway. So I'm just gonna fold. Kirby saying that's a bad 4-bet sizing from the villain because he can never fold to your jam. Yep, and that's why I think that, so we're talking about the ace-king suited hand, it's like 40 bigs effective. I don't think that you have a 4-bet sizing at 40 bigs. You should, it's just jam, call, or fold. Those are the 3 options. So that's what kind of makes it awkward. And then obviously if he makes a bigger 4-bet, like a big 4-bet, then yeah, it's even worse that he can never really bluff in that spot. I mean, chances are he isn't bluffing anyway. Like, it's unusual to see 4-bet bluffs in sort of lower to low mid stakes tournaments like the bigger 22. Thomas saying, giving your reasoning in the ace-queen hand earlier, do you have a 4-betting range at all at 30 bigs effective, or would you trap with premium hands? I have a 4-betting range. It just doesn't include any bluffs because it's all in. I mean, you could include like ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited in there, but you know, they would sort of be bluffs so that you'd force your opponent to call a little bit wider, to 3-bet call wider. But you could definitely do some trapping in there. Trapping with aces seems quite nice. Okay, let's have a look at this action here. Looks like squeeze from the big blind. Cut off then 4 bets. We see a call. Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of very strong ranges here. Don't think big blinds are squeezing anywhere near wide enough. And then because of that, I don't think the cutoff's range is going to be very light at all. So we could just see some very strong hands here, like, you know, aces, kings, and ace-king. And queens, probably. So I hope everyone's doing well. I'm fairly disappointed that no one has mentioned this yet after yesterday. I'm going to have a quick look, see what else is coming up. Okay, so we've got the Sunday starters starting at 11, but I'll probably late reg those. There's the $11 and the 109. Probably going to play both today. Be nice to get some slightly bigger buy-in stuff. Obviously we've got the 44 bounty builder. We've got the bounty builder 11. So we're trying to do a whole host of buy-ins. There just really isn't anything higher than a 109 at this stage, at this time of the day. So, yeah, trying to cater to everyone, playing, a mix of buy-ins. Jack 3 off here. I think I'm just going to fold. Yeah, I'm going to fold, and I'm going to go down here for pocket kings and the bigger 22. Min raising under the gun. There's a lot of stacks who can shove on us, so I want to stick to a raise size where I can raise fold. Obviously, I'm not going to raise fold this hand, but I could raise fold other hands. And we've got the sheep, and we've got Jacko, Jadawin here. Okay, Nice situation for us. Up against ace king again. Excuse me. It's a good flop. Bad turn though. And yeah, can't get the final king. So that's the sort of yeah, first flip we've lost, I guess, today. Thought we were going to win them all at one point, but clearly not. We'll defend 7 deuce suited here versus this open. And obviously a terrible board for our range, a great board for his range. Excuse me. I feel like he should probably size up a little bit. You know, with his bluffs, he can start to get some jack X to fold. Like, I'm really not thrilled to call like jack 9 of clubs on this turn, but if he bets too small, then he encourages me to continue more frequently. Ace 5 off, it folds to us, we will jam. Keeping up with the chat here. Okay, ace 5 off versus the cutoff. Just going to be a fold. He's raising into 15 big blind stack and 20 big stack, and 40 bigs anyway. I don't think I would bother with ace 5 off there. We'll open jack 10 off. We've got a king jack suited in the bounty builder 44. All right, let's go to that then. I'm going to isolate here and go to 4x. We've opened jack 10 off in the bigger 22 as well, got that through. Blinds both folded. Let's see, let's stay with the king jack suited then. Okay, so face a 3-bet. And I think this is going to be a pretty strong range. This is a great hand to flat though, to try to crack a very strong hand. So we're going to play. I'm going to call in position. We do cover him. Yeah, we do cover him, which is great. Not the board we were looking for. So given that his range is, I would say, somewhat stronger than it's supposed to be here. Even if you, let's say in a GTO world, you're supposed to continue here with 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. I think his range is just too strong for us to do that. So I'm just going to start over folding flops, which is fine. Okay, let's go over here. We went min raise, call. I called. We cover this guy. 10-7's probably doing okay enough. Okay, just going to fold 10-7. Got some chat about the Arsenal shirt now. We got by J Sarkar, if that's how you say it. I'm really sorry if I butchered that name. Saying hi, hello. Kribu, the coat of arms you are surprised no one mentions is not legible. Oh, okay, you can't see it. You can't see it says Arsenal on here? Okay, fair enough. Moist flops. Shame they didn't let Luis bury either of their free kicks to silence the critics. Yeah, that would have been incredible. Just to see him. Yeah, that would have been great. And I think he's done really well since he came back. I think he's like he had a shocker against Man City. It came out that he was actually injured. I'm going to min raise here with King 7 spades. He was injured, and obviously, like he had a shocker. You know, was at fault for both goals. I want to say. Yeah, because he misjudged the first one, and then the second one gave away a penalty, got sent off, and yeah. But I think he's really applied himself since he came back, and everyone was like, "Oh no, he's got a new contract. Like, what are we doing?" That's really bad news. But I think he's shown, his experience. I'm just going to fold here. And Aubameyang for the win, absolutely. His second goal was something else. Very kind of Henry-esque, but maybe Henry would have curled it far post. But I think that's what Zuma was thinking, right? So that's why Aubameyang was sort of one step ahead. It was almost like a game of chess, that goal, where he was just always one step ahead, maybe like poker as well. He was, fake to hit it into the far corner like Henry, and then cut back in onto his left and dink the goalkeeper. It's brilliant. So Edward's saying, I don't have a 4-bet bluff range for less than 30 bigs effective, so I'm probably far too weighted towards premium hands that I'm willing to get it in with. Yeah, I would say don't 4-bet less than all in at less than 30 bigs. I mean, at 40 bigs is the same. It's just your 4-bet is going to cost too much money, and then you're going to be getting an incredible price to get it in versus a 5-bet. But obviously, you're not going to be loving life with the bottom of that range. Stories forever in the YouTube chat. Hi, first time seeing your stream. Is it a new thing? Yeah, this is the 3rd stream I've done now. So just decided to, oops, wrong one. Open 10-9 here from the cutoff. Just to fire up the stream on a Sunday morning, play some Sunday tournaments, but when probably everyone else is sleeping or everyone's sort of preparing for the day and getting ready for an evening session. Just going to probably check fold here with 10 high. And just going to fold now with 10-9 off. So coming up to a break. So just a recap, we'll do a recap after the break as well. But got the 44 Bounty Builder, I haven't really done anything with that. We have 4.2k from 5k starting stack. Bounty Builder 11, we're up to 9k from 5k starting stack, but we've played very few hands. We just got kings in against ace queen. And the Bounty Builder 22, we're up to 12k, so like 2.5x starting stack. We won a couple of all-ins, I think, and then we lost kings against ace king. So we have 40 bigs. I'm going to go for a break, make a coffee. Just let me answer this final question. Stories Forever says, your raise to 4 big blinds seemed too big. I think it's fine. You're talking about the Bounty Builder 44 where I isolated a player. I think it's absolutely fine to raise to 4 bigs. But, let me know in the chat what you think is a better size and we can discuss it after the break. All right, guys, see you in a bit. Hi guys, sorry about that. Coffee took a little bit longer to make, and I was flicking through tables and realised the webcam was still on, but the mic wasn't. Not a great situation here. I mean, we probably just lose to a straight or something. Yeah. Oh, good flat from the small blind with Jack 6. That's great. Okay, well, it's going to happen sometimes. We've got pocket aces now in a bounty builder 44. Just going to stir this coffee. You can't see my head. There you go. Still a noob at this streaming thing. Okay, I'm going to isolate here. Poker Chameleon in the Twitch chat saying good morning. It says to see you streaming again, but I presume it's nice to see you streaming again. Just going to fill in the gaps. Okay, so we are just going to go for it here. I think decent number of draws. I mean, actually, there's some flush draws and straight draws. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. Okay, 9 of spades on the turn. Not an ideal card. We still get called by pair and his flush draw. He might have some hands like 5-6 with a spade, something like that. It's not a great situation for us. But I think I can still value bet. Shout out to JTC1931 on Twitch for the follow. But I think if we get raised here, it's just a very easy fold. But we still get called by some pair plus draw type hands. If he has a hand like King Queen, Queen Jack, Ace Queen, Queen 10, like he's not loving that spot. Okay, well, we're just going to fold. We saw a spot like this earlier on where we bet twice and we called, and it was like, yeah, I think the guy has trips, and he did. And but here I think we're just toast. He's just not finding enough bluffs in that spot, so we're just going to fold and move on to the next hand. So if you've just joined the stream, I'm just checking that my mic is definitely on. I think it is. We've got the Bounty Builder 44, where we just lost a pretty sizable pot. Bounty Builder 11, Queen 3 off here. We don't cover him. I'm actually just going to... no, actually, I'm going to call because of the antes are just so incredible. And probably now just fold. Seems like a pretty good board to let go. Okay, so he's about half pot on a paired board. But this kind of paired board doesn't seem good to me. Because basically now we can just play perfectly against this, right? We continue with hands that are strong and we fold the weak hands. Whereas if he min bets, he forces us to continue with some weak hands. Okay, let's see what else there is to get into. So there are 3 tournaments that start at 11. There's the $11 mini Sunday starter, there's the 109 Sunday starter, and the bigger 1650. So we'll play those at some point, but we're not going to play from the start. So we'll stick with these 3 and see how we do. Tom was saying, "Welp, that has to be the worst top set ever." That was it was a pretty bad board for top set. 4 diamonds, 4 to a straight, I think it was as well. Doesn't seem that good. We just folded Queen 9 off here, and again can't see my head, so let's put that back in. There we go. Okay, so this 3-bet size looks to me like ace-king almost all the time. Then he gets jammed on. I think we're going to see like queens versus ace-king here, or kings versus ace-king, something like that. Some kind of matchup. Jack Disney in Twitch chat says, are you exclusively an online player? Oh, wow. Ace-jack suited. Wow, that seems terrible. We got that read wrong. Massively wrong. I was like, yeah, it's definitely ace-king. So, like, it doesn't seem like too... I mean, I don't know that he's a fish, but it doesn't seem like too sensible to 3-bet too big there against 30 bigs effective. So that doesn't make too much sense. But that jam with ace-jack suited was ludicrous. Absolutely terrible. Okay. So Jack Disney said, are you exclusively an online player? And I mean, I certainly am right now because there's nowhere to play live. I do prefer playing online. So if you listen to, shout out to Thomas0127 for the follow on Twitch. Let's go up here. We're going to isolate this player once again. If you follow the podcast at all, like listen to the podcast, we get 3-bet straight away. Kirsty Studios, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Then, and I guess we're just going to fold here. Not much we can do. This guy's not really played that many hands. Yep, that's fine. Let's go down here, pocket fives. I'm not thrilled to shove 30 bigs through this guy. If we call, we have to call these two because there's just too much money in there. I guess we get away from if this guy jams. Doesn't seem like a great spot. I don't really want to call and then this guy overcalls. So I don't mind getting fives in. Like if they wake up with a hand here, that seems fine. I'm going to get it in. I'm not really thrilled about this, to be honest. Like I'd sooner just have like 8s or 9s. Just hoping this guy doesn't wake up with a hand. Okay, great situation for us here. Good flop. Great turn. And not that we needed it, but we'll take the set on the river. Yeah, so I was talking about the podcast. So on the podcast, I obviously talk about you know, my online and live tournaments, and went to Vegas last year. Had what might be considered as a bit of a shocker. So I played 19 events in the World Series, across not just at the World Series, but in Vegas in general. And cashed 0 times. So that wasn't a very fun experience. But I guess I learned a lot, and it was great to be out there, and had a house with my podcast co-host, Dr. Tricia Cardner. So we, you know, hung out, went for great food and stuff like that. So, you know, part of it was good, but the bricking 19 events in a row was pretty miserable. So I wouldn't say that it put me off live poker, but it just made me realize how, you know, much easier it is to play online and get, you know, more tournaments in, and bricking 19 tournaments in a row online is not unheard of. And you can do that, you know, very regularly, but you can just also play way more tournaments. You can play you play 19 tournaments in half a session, or a full session, depending on how many tournaments you play. So yeah, so just focusing online really, and I would say that, just trying to see if we can move this up here. I'm just going to fold 10 deuce off here. Seems like a pretty bad hand. But I am starting to miss playing live like I do. Yeah, I want to go and play live again, just to sort of break up. Like, we played a lot of online poker in the last few months. I mean, I took a little bit of time off recently, just after, you know, playing Scoop for 4 weeks, 4 weeks in a row, 3 or 4 weeks of poker in a row. And there's just been so many other series on as well, but I haven't really played them because I switched my schedule around so I could play the off-peak schedule and all of the series events, you know, GG stuff, and like the stadium series on Stars is just is in the evening, right? It's in the peak schedule, so I haven't really played much of that, but if W Coop happens in September, then I'm going to switch to the evening schedule again just for that, and then go back to off peak. Okay, so we've got some hands here: Bounty Builder 44 and Bounty Builder 11. 9s here. I'm just going to squeeze jam. So we'll stay with this one probably. The bigger buy-in, more interesting, I guess. Okay, so that's not a great flop. We need a 9, please, dealer. 9 on the river. Okay. So we're actually out of the Bounty Builder 44 and the Bounty Builder 11, and we got it in reasonably well in both. I'm not going to re-enter. These tournaments started too long ago to want to re-enter. So suddenly we're down to 1. So yeah, 9's in against Ace Queen, the Bounty Builder 44. We are out of that one. And the I'll just show you what happened. In the Bounty Builder 11, we jammed Ace Queen and got called by King Jack suited and flop trips. Nice Queen of Clubs blocker. But yeah, unfortunately we lost to a flush in that one. So we just have one tournament, which is not going to be that exciting. So I'm going to have a look, see what else is available. Like we said, we've got the two Sunday starters and the bigger 1650. They're a little bit too early for me to want to register at the moment, I think. So Tomaso127 says new follower. Thank you, Thomas. Or Tomaso. Kirsty Studios, how many buy-ins would you recommend for MTTs? Also, would you work off an average buy-in or a max buy-in? I would do 200 times your max buy-in. So if you had $1,000, I would play $5 maximum MTTs. You know, a lot of the lower stake stuff is going to be bigger fields too, so you definitely want to have more than 200 buy-ins. If you have a $100,000 bankroll, then you should be playing 500s, up to 500s. King 7 off here, 15 bigs. I think I'm going to go for raise fold. Okay, so he shouldn't have any ace-x here. I mean, I say he shouldn't. I mean, he could have some ace-x. I think it's definitely a spot where we're supposed to bet very, very frequently. But like, what do we get called by that's worse, and what do we deny an equity to? Like, we can, you know, we chop with a lot of king x. We deny equity to some diamonds, I guess. So I guess, you know, I guess we just get it in against, you know, 6, 7 of diamonds. Okay, pocket 9s here. Yeah, so as I said, like 200 for the max buy-in. Okay, don't really know anything about this player. Got something flying around. Okay, so this could definitely be 8. I'm a little bit concerned here, honestly, about this player. We don't know anything about him, so he could just be limping a range that's too wide. This can definitely be 8, 7, 6s, stuff like that. So I'm going to get it in here. But a little bit concerned, obviously, with shoving through these players, shoving 35 bigs through this player. But it's not like we can call and then fold. I am a bit concerned about this. Okay, we got it through there, which is lovely, lovely news. Wow, he overcalled with queens. That seems, I mean, well played, my man. That I really like that. Yeah, nice hand. I mean, he's unfortunate in that spot. Yeah, overcall with queens, like, man, that's one way to do it. Okay. Poker Maniac GR and Twitch chat giving us a wave. And Nude Nut 101. I'm trying to crack micro MTTs. Can you recommend any books, please? In terms of strategy books, I would probably not buy a strategy book. reading books is sort of, passively consuming books is not the best way to go in terms of learning poker. I think a training site or a course is much better. But if you're looking for sort of lower cost stuff, then there's probably there are lots of YouTube videos available for free. You can check out youtube.com/MTT Poker School if you're watching on Twitch and you're not actually on YouTube at the moment. So yeah, definitely check that out. I just think that the game moves so fast that the only people that are going to be up to date, shout out to Poker Maniac GR for the follow on Twitch. The only people that are going to be up to date is the training sites and the courses, right? And that regularly update their content. So the books are going to be out of date pretty quickly. You can't really, in terms of like getting the ultimate sort of guide to tournaments, the Dan Harrington book. I feel like everyone has to read that book. So you should definitely check that out. It's unfortunate for Kings. Okay, going to fold ace deuce off. But there's one book that I would recommend, and it's called Purposeful Practice for Poker. And it's written by me and Dr. Tricia Cardner. So, the whole idea in the book, we talk about it, how sort of passive consumption of content, whether it's reading a book, whether it's watching a video, whether it's watching a course, whether it's listening to a podcast, whatever, is generally pretty poor for learning. The best way to learn is to, through sort of active learning, which is, making sure that you make notes, but then, finding similar spots in your own database or your own hands if you don't have a database to review and to learn from. But also it's really important to be very focused and specific with your study, which is basically what we talk about in Purposeful Practice for Poker. So, we weren't going to get through a whole stream without a plug for my book, but definitely check it out. Purposeful Practice for Poker. That's definitely the book I would recommend, because what it's going to do is teach you how to learn poker. It's interesting. One of the reviews I got on Amazon was, this book will not help you get better at poker. And it's, in a way, like, I can see what they mean, in the sense that it's not going to teach you the strategy. It's going to teach you the strategies to learn, right? Which is something that, maybe, and shout out to RT LeBlanc on Twitch for the follow. Sometimes we, when we are at school, we don't really get taught how to learn. We get taught how to pass tests. And when we're adults, we learn because we're motivated to learn a hobby or to get better at a certain skill. And it's very, very different. So yeah, definitely check out the book. It's available on Amazon, D&B Poker as well. Poker Maniac says, is there a good spot to check back with the King 7? I'm pretty unsure on that spot. If we have a slightly better king, we can get it in against worse kings, because he really shouldn't have too many ace-x. We can also get it in against diamonds, but we had the King of Diamonds. So, there's an argument for checking back, I would say. Okay, Stories Forever in YouTube chat. What do you think year to year is an achievable ROI ABI $50 on PokerStars? Depends how much work you're willing to put in, but I would say anywhere between 20 and 50%. And some years you're going to do much better than that, because you'll bink a scoop or something. Stories Forever, that bankroll management seems very tight. Shout out to Mike Baggio for the follow on Twitch. Stories Forever says, bankroll management seems very tight. I use 100 ABI bankroll management and haven't gone broke since 2012. Okay, well that's good for you. Well done. I definitely think you can be more aggressive with your bankroll management if you can reload. If you're playing micros and low stake tournaments, then you can definitely just, take more aggressive shots to build up a bigger bankroll so that you can then play higher. But then you do want to learn how to protect a bankroll and how to build a bankroll. And the variance in tournaments is super high. And if you're playing big field tournaments all the time, 100 binds is like, you can go on a 100 bind downswing for sure. I'm going to fold Queen Deuce off here. If you're playing small field tournaments, then fine. 8-5 off, gonna fold. King 4 off, also going to be a fold. Queen 9 off, going to fold. And yeah, Stories Forever makes a very good point about modern poker theory. Which, interestingly, I wouldn't recommend most books, but I do actually have it myself and would recommend this one. So shout out to Stories Forever for reminding me about that, because yeah, that is a very, very good book. But again, like, just reading it is not good enough. Like, you need to be actively consuming it. So making notes, putting sticky notes in the stuff in the book, and then going, right, okay, this is the chapter we're going to look at today or this week or this month, and sort of pulling hands examples from your own database to review, discussing those hands with friends, discussing it with a coach, posting it on forums, and sort of developing a better understanding of the topics that it talks about is really, really important. And Wolfie Wook in the Twitch chat says, he's trying to do some command, I think, trying to add the command. Maybe I need to add that somewhere. If you've just joined the stream or you've been watching the last few weeks, you'll know that I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to streaming, so I don't know exactly how it all works. But yeah, King Jack off here, 14 bigs. I think if we were in this seat, I would min raise this one. I'm just going to fold. Yeah, so I don't really know how it works, how you add commands and stuff like that. I'm sure you guys can help me out. I seem to think that there's some way, maybe in this. Oops, don't want to see that. Commands, let's see. Okay, I found it. I'm gonna see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna add this command on Twitch, see if it works. Brilliant, it does work. There you go, Wolfie. Thanks for that, to sort of push me to add a command for the book. Okay, Wolfie also asked, are you coaching? I am coaching. So whilst we're one tabling, probably a good opportunity to talk about that. So there's, excuse me, there are a couple of options with coaching. So there's private coaching, where you can just have one-on-one sessions with me. And then there's the group coaching as well, where you join a group of players like yourself who are looking to develop and get better together. And we're going to call here. And probably, well, let's look at sizing, but probably check fold. And the group coaching then is, versus this. We're just going to fold now. Versus group, versus. with the group coaching, there's one session every Monday, unless there are 5 Mondays in the month. So I think there's actually 5 Mondays this month, so it means that there's only going to be 4 sessions this month. But anyway, the every Monday at 7 o'clock UK time, we have a live coaching webinar, and each week it kind of we mix things up. So there will be a sort of a topic that runs through each month. So for example, in August, it's all about playing post-flop out of position after flooding the small blind. So we're going to look at the theory tomorrow. So the webinar is tomorrow at 7 o'clock. We're going to look at the theory, and then next week we're going to look at practical application and deep dives, and sort of diving deep into different board textures and what we're supposed to do on those different board textures. In week 3, we're going to look at member hand histories. So you send in your own hands for that specific spot, and we go through them from, all the way from pre-flop all the way to the river if they go that far. And then the 4th week of the month, we're going to go through sort of like almost like a free week, right, for us to go through. Maybe someone's had a deep run in the group that we want to review. Maybe there's interest in some mindset stuff. Maybe we look at running through some spots we've looked at before, and sort of just recapping on things, making sure that we're sort of constantly and consistently, keeping up to date with learning and developing. Ace-Jack off here, probably going to get it in. We'll see what happens before us, though. I don't really want to see early to mid position opens, but the further around the open comes from, the better it is for us. Versus a 3x, I'm just going to fold. I'm really happy just to let it go here. 79 of 83, 62 paid. So we're only 21 away from the money here, which is interesting. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question. I think it was kind of like a very long-winded way. I should probably write down a better sales pitch for coaching. But yeah, so there's all the information you can check out on mttpokerschool.com for everything. And if you're really interested in the group coaching, then definitely check out mttpokerschool.com/game changer. If you are watching on YouTube, there's a link on YouTube. In the description. King Queen off, I'm just going to fold versus this raise from this position. The Irish Sprag on the Twitch chat says, if I eat less food, will I lose weight? I'm not a scientist. Generally, you want to be at a calorie deficit, though. I know that much. But I think that you should probably do both. If you want to eat less food and do exercise, that's probably the best way to lose weight. Yeah. So I guess like if you can eat less than you need, like fewer calories than you need every day, you're probably going to lose weight. But I think in order to do that, you probably need to exercise. Okay. Haven't checked out the YouTube chat for a bit. I was just thinking of some more books. There's a little bit more of a chat going on about books in the YouTube chat. There was a book by Matthew Jander called No Limit Hold'em for Advanced Players. I think I have it somewhere on my bookshelf. You can see the top shelf. It's funny when I don't recommend books, when there's a whole shelf up here of poker books. But we already went through why I don't recommend poker books on their own. But I think they can be really good. You just have to approach them in the right way and not just like read a chapter a night and think that you've like solved poker. Okay, so hopefully Dougie folds. Right, we're going to be all in here. I don't know what we're going to do if we bust this tournament, because we're not playing anything else right now. Maybe we just have to start the 3 11 o'clock tournaments early. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just fire the $11 mini Sunday starter, the 109 Sunday starter, and the 1650, the bigger 1650 as well. Do like to late reg some of those tournaments, but you don't want to just be looking at me and a blank screen. So we'll fire those tournaments, but we'll see what happens. Dommy Jack is going to fold. Okay, well, we're not firing them just yet. Probably fire them after the break if we last that long. Loose aggressive, not happy. Someone thinks... okay. Just replaying the hand that he's talking about. I mean, yeah, loose aggressive played it pretty aggressive. Like three bet sevens and got it like just triple barreled. Like seems pretty bad to me. Wisdom Bop on the YouTube chat says, what is the chair you're sat on? It is an IKEA Marcus, probably the best chair for playing poker in, unless you buy like a proper gaming chair, I guess. Pocket Jacks here, just going to go for a jam. Thomas O'Brien says, going to be looking into, he says, I'll be looking into your coaching for sure, mate. Okay, sounds good. If you guys have any other questions about coaching, then just let me know. Happy to answer them. As I said, there is a coaching session tomorrow, webinar tomorrow. And after that, we do a members only home game as well, where we jump on a Zoom call. And so, you're free to chat to other members and to me. And, consumption of alcohol is somewhat encouraged if that's, something that you like to do. But basically, it's just like we do the webinar, sort of, a bit more formal, serious, and then after that, unwind, play a home game, chat to other members, chat to me, ask questions. It's a pretty nice way to finish a Monday, in my opinion. So Kribu saying, I've had coaching from Mr. Gareth, and he did improve my tournament play. Well, there you go. I'm going to call here. This doesn't look like good sizing. We could actually just jam here. Actually, no, he has bet half pot. It's a limped pot. Oh, I'm not thrilled, but I'm going to call one and play a turn card. Play a turn. Okay, he's just going to pot now. It doesn't seem like the right sizing here. He can just bet half pot and jam for half pot, or he can just jam the turn. Okay, going to fold. Stick with 11 bigs and a dream in bigger 22. Going to fold here though. So yeah, we are currently one tabling the bigger 22. Actually, what we haven't done today is something that I definitely recommend when you have 11 big blinds and you are 17 places away from the money, is to really consider every decision. This is also known as giving yourself time to think. I can't believe we have 5 seconds time back. I don't know what I've used that up on. Probably checking out chat and stuff. So another book mentioned in the chat then, Play Optimal Poker by Andrew Brokos, is quite good too. I haven't read that one, but when I was first learning poker, I used to watch a lot of his training videos, and if you listen to his podcast as well, like I think he's really, really good. So if his book's anywhere near as good as his videos and his podcast, then I would say that the book is probably a must buy. Did I just snap fold the last hand? And that was poor. Should have thought about that for a little bit. Just realised we don't have the live 4 counter at the top, but we've been live for 1 hour and 38 minutes. Okay, gonna fold here. I think this is a fold. Yeah, gonna fold. Stories forever. With short stack, instead of shoving, you could open big and leave half a big blind in your stack to skew your fold to 3-bet stat. Wow. There you go. That's a new one. I'm just letting that process in my header for a little bit. Seems okay. Seems good. Yeah, generally I would reserve that strategy for bubbles and pay jumps. And for sure, Wisdom Bop in the YouTube chat. This is the GTO grind chair. I love it. Okay, 10-6 suited with 74 or 76. Chances of us making the money are pretty slim at the moment, but we do better if we give someone else a chance to bust, or more people a chance to bust, by taking our time. So let's see, after those 3 tournaments we're going to register in a bit, we've got the Hodder 1650. Okay, well, we could be registering those tournaments a little bit earlier, depending on how this one goes. Okay, we're going to be all in, but I am going to time bank again, get a little bit closer. You know, if we can time bank and then get a double, it'd be amazing. Obviously, we time bank and bust, it doesn't really change anything. Okay, we are all in, pocket fives. See how we can do. Okay, we get one through. That's good. Although the blinds have just gone up. We did have 12.77 bigs for a little bit then. 68 of 72. We're getting closer, guys. 10 away from the money now. I'm just hoping I can give you a masterclass on how to consider your way into the money. Okay, we saw this guy's 3-bet size earlier with pocket kings, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense with that for that size. He 3-bets only 6%. I mean, again, limited sample. See a call, looks pretty strong. Versus such a big 3-bet size. Like, this guy could be flatting, like, I don't know, jacks or something to, you know, get it in on a good board. Okay, see a fold. Still 68 of 72. No one busted in that hand. That's it's not good news. We're gonna see if we can go a little bit longer and see another bust. I think I missed a few follows in that. So Gothmoth on Twitch, thanks for the follow. And Wolfie Wook, thanks for the follow. Okay, Jack 8 off. Let's just consider this. We're now 67 of 72. Not sure that's going to count for much, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is a fold. Let's just consider it for a little bit longer. Yep, gonna fold. Yep, good fold. Well done, mate. Okay, 66 of 72. So no one's busted, but we are gradually moving up. So yeah, this could be interesting. 10-4 suited. Probably just going to fold. 10 away from the money. Let's just think about it for a minute. I guess because we've gone through the blinds now, we might, yeah, we're back down to 69 of 72. Not a great spot. I guess the players above us have just gone through the blinds, so we went ahead of them for a little bit, and now we've gone back below them because we've just gone through the blinds. Fordusov, let's think about this. I can't believe that in, I think it's 4 or 5 hands, nobody's busted. It's not a great situation. Okay, so yeah, after the break, we're going to register a few more tournaments. We might do that before the break as well, depending on, you know, if we get a spot where we have to get it in. So now we're 70 of 72, still no one's busted. I think this is pretty unusual. But we're still going to stick to our strategy of considering spots. Okay, I'm going to fold 8-7 here. And shout out to any two will do for the follow on Twitch. 9 deuce off, we're going to fold back to 67 of 72. Just going to have a quick look at the tables. Yeah, we have like a similar stack to basically everyone who's the shortest on their table. Okay, We've lost a player. We're down to 71. 9 away from the money. Five, 3 off. We've lost another player. We're down to 70. We're 8 away from the money now. I think this is going to be close, guys, whether we make it or not. I mean, these decisions are nice because they're very, very easy. It's when you get the sort of the hand that's like pretty close between jamming and not when you're close to the bubble. But I think we can take some more sort of marginal spots, given that right now we're, you know, well outside the money. As in, we're 68th and the 62 paid. Again, like pretty straightforward situation for us. In 1 minute, the blinds are going to go up though, so we're suddenly going to have 6.7 bigs. Then we're going to go through the blinds and the ante. So in an orbit's time, we're probably going to be at like 4.5 bigs. So I'm going to fold here. Question on Twitch then, any two will do. What's the biggest buy-ins you play? It kind of depends on the time of the year. So during the series, I'll play up to 215s. I guess depending on how good the year's been. And then up to... well, during the day, we talked about this earlier on, that it really isn't... You know, the 109 is like the highest buy-in on stars during the day. I don't know if there's any... I didn't check actually, but I don't think there's many 215s during the day, like the off-peak schedule. So we're going to play a 109 in a bit. We're going to play the Sunday starter. But then there's not really too much in between that, right? So there seems to be like, you know, the bigger 22 or the bigger 27, the hotter 27, stuff like that. But then there's not much else in between at this time of the day anyway. This is going to be close. This is going to be very, very close, because we're going to have to go through the blinds in a minute. 65 is 69 with 62 paid. 68 left now, so 6 away from the money. I mean, I will take a strong hand to just to get it through. I'll take a suited ace, to be honest. I'll take like ace 7 suited from under the gun next hand. Okay, so your 3x and a shove doesn't seem like a good... Well, if he's going to fold, it seems terrible. It's a 3x fold here on the bubble. Like just losing 3 bigs. Well, a big blind more than you needed to. Okay, interesting. Come on then, ace 7 suited. That's not really ace 7 suited. Okay, so I think we have like an orbit probably to try and find something. I mean, it's not like we've passed up any spots, right? He had ace queen. I think I would probably just shove for 17 bigs on the bubble with ace queen. So going to be the big blind next hand. 68 left, 62 paid. We're 64th. But yeah, like I said, so it's not like we've passed up on opportunities to get chips in, because we just haven't had any spots. I mean, what did we have last? Yeah, 10-4 off. Not great, to be honest. 7 deuce suited, again, not great, but we can take our time. We're 63rd of 68 now, so there are 5 players with fewer chips than us, and then we'd be 1 outside the money. Okay, so we see a jam here. Gonna have a look at the shorter stacks. Okay, so we're now 61st of 67, but we've just gone through the blinds, so we will be back down, unfortunately, back down to 65th. Okay, that's going to be the break, guys. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. We're going to see what happens in this tournament, and then we're going to have those 3 other tournaments. So we've got the mini Sunday start at $11. We've got the 109 as well. I'm going to play this bigger 1650. So those 3 tournaments coming after the break. So definitely stay where you are, or maybe get a break, but have a break, but come back. And yeah, just checking, make sure there's no questions. Don't think there are. Okay, guys, I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, guys, we're back. 5 big blinds, or 4.7 to be precise, on the bubble of the bigger 22. We're 65 of 66 with 62 paid. We've had a pretty, I would say, pretty bad run of cards. I would say, yeah, we've not passed up on a spot to shove. If it folds to us here, I think I will shove. I think we have, you know, a decent amount of fold equity on the bubble against the big blind. You know, we have 5 bigs, like as much. Okay, well, we have to fold now. But as much fold equity as we can generate with 5 bigs, probably more so because it's the bubble. But here we're just going to fold. Some questions came through on Twitch. So Lendur Poise says, "Hi, what is your biggest score so far?" So online it's 23,500. I came second in the mini Sunday Million. And live it's 16,750. I came second again in a $350 six max tournament at Planet Hollywood in Vegas. Any two will do. Thanks for the answer. Do you have to deviate much in terms of strategy if you're in a 22 and a 215? So someone asked a question earlier, like, you know, would you class yourself as like GTO or exploitative? And I said that, you know, can't really do one without the other. So yeah, my strategy is a sort of very, you know, solid, strong fundamentals, and then we can't do anything with this hand. It's really poor. And then deviating where necessary. So, you know, you need to be aware of what GTO looks like, see who's going to be playing close to GTO. Most people don't. And then, you know, adjusting based on what you know about your opponents. So pretty miserable time here. 65 of 66, 62 paid. The players are not busting very fast. I thought the players, you know, we seem to have been on, you know, this sort of region for quite a while. And there's just nothing we can really do. And like, this is how some tournaments are going to go. So I would say, like in a 2-1-5, like if you play 2-1-5s during series, there'll be lots of satellite qualifiers, and there'll be, you know, just weaker players in general, you know, chasing a big score within, you know, a scoop. Like, you know, if they get to play a few tournaments during this series, they might just punt on a 2-1-5 rather than a 22 because first prize is a lot more, right? So obviously it depends on the player. And let's just see what we get here. Oh, I think we might have to go for it, guys. I think we might have to go for it. We do still have some fold equity against the big blind. The 2 players behind us aren't going to want to get it in too light with a 90 big blind stack behind. We're 65 of 65. Like, I think we're going to struggle to get in any other way. Everyone's pretty short. Just getting this through and winning 2.5 big blinds would be incredible. So we're going to go for it. If we bust, we register the next 3 tournaments. And hopefully Fish Hunter just folds. Fold, Fish Hunter. Oh dear. Right, we might need to get there. On the bubble. If we double here, it's like a dream scenario. But we've got a contingency plan for more tournaments. So at least we've got that. Okay, that is pretty terrible. We'll take a 10 and a 10. Okay. So sad times. Didn't really have anything to shove, and then 4 big blinds, 2 Broadway seems like a good spot. Anyway, let's load some more tournaments. Okay, so you got the mini Sunday starter in here. I mentioned it earlier, like I normally would look to late reg, but we need some tournaments for the stream, so gonna go in with 62 bigs. We got the biggest 1650 over here. So maybe we'll play those two. I'm gonna flick in the 109 Sunday starter as well. So we'll have that one down here. So a real range of buy-ins: $11, $16.50, $109. Catering to all buy-ins and tastes. I mean, maybe we should flick in a $2 or something as a fourth tournament. Okay, 9-3 off, going to be a fold. Let me see what else there is to play. Okay, so we've got the Bounty Builder 22 in about 20 minutes, and we've got the Hottest 1650 coming up as well. So we'll play those. Not too many other tournaments to go. Yeah, had I guess like a bit of a shocker today so far. Lost a couple of flips in earlier on Bounty, then we got it in the Bounty Builder 11 with Ace Queen versus King Jack suited and didn't win. Let's go over here to the bigger 1650. We're going to call with Jack 9 off and check. We have a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. We can check call or check raise. And that's a somewhat big bet here. Low board, so seems reasonable. I think I'm going to go for... I think you can do either here. Okay, so we improved to a double gut shot now. Don't think we do too much leading. It's a huge bet now, and we're just going to fold. Could be wrong about that. You know, we have more 6-4s that we, you know, the 5 is more significant to us, I would say. Bigger 1650, and we've got the 109 Sunday starter as well. And I think I missed a follow. Gimiogo on Twitch, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's go up here. 10-9 suited, probably play this one. Get flattered by the cutoff. Let's see how this hand progresses. Okay, face a squeeze, and this is just going to be very, very strong a lot of the time. Let's have a look at his pre-flop squeeze. Like, it looks pretty high here, right? 18%. But squeezing to this size against these stack sizes, it's just going to be very strong. It's unlikely to be a 3-bet fold. So we're just going to fold. Oh. And it looks like OBS just disconnected for a moment there. Looks like we've been reconnected, so apologies guys. I'm just going to put that in the chat. That looks like we've somehow gone offline for some reason. I'm not sure what happened there. Let's go down here. So we can flat or we can 3-bet here. I'm going to go for a 3-bet. So apologies there, guys. I don't know what happened. Computer just went a bit crazy, and then I just got a message saying that OBS had disconnected. So hopefully it's not affected anything. Like sometimes the audio can go out of sync and stuff, but hopefully that's not happened. If we face a 4-bet here, yeah, fair enough. Like you're supposed to continue, right? But I don't think that he is 4-betting wide enough. So I'm just going to fold. Quite happy to 3-bet and play a 3-bet pot in position when he flats. But against his 4-bet range, I think he's just going to be too heavily weighted towards value, and I'm just going to give it up. So Kribu in the YouTube chat says the women's only 4.4 is running. I'm not sure if they'll let me in with the name Missy Gazelle. Maybe. Okay, king, queen off. Play this one. Open it up. It's fold queen 6. Nothing happening in any other tournaments at the moment. Shout out to Jade682 for the follow on Twitch. King 10 off here, under the gun, 50 big blinds, just always going to be a fold for chips. Hope everyone's having a nice Sunday. Weather looks nice here. Bit cloudy. We actually had some really nice sunshine here on Friday, which is unusual for England. Okay, let's jump up here versus the min raise, going to defend the big blind. And check. And not much we can do here, we're just going to fold. Over here, we're going to defend queen jack off. And check fold. And we've got pocket queens here, 30 bigs in the small blind, so we'll see what happens. Okay, I'm going to go for a 3-bet here. To 3.5x at 30 bigs. We can still 3-bet fold at this stack depth. Okay, we call. Got a winner flip. That's not a good start. Okay, so we bust the bigger 1650. We're going to re-enter. And we are in. Let's put that back in. Let's go up here. We defended king deuce, min raise and a call from the small blind. We defended. I'm going to call here. We have top pair and the king of diamonds, which could be significant. I'm going to check and probably call again. So top pair and a second nut flush draw seems pretty good. And we'll probably overfold river. We have the king of diamonds, so we block a decent number of flushes, like top pair and a flush draw that continues to bet. We block pocket kings, we block ace king, stuff like that. But it's it's really unusual in an $11 tournament that he's going to find enough bluffs where this is going to be a good call. Like a lot of the time he'll just bet flop, bet turn, and then just give up with like the ace of diamonds or something, like ace queen off with a diamond. Versus small bet, you know, this just, it's not a thing. This is just screams value to me. So it's like pocket tens probably. Yeah, like he shouldn't be going third pot in position on the river. So it's very tempting to call because the potters are so good, but I just think that he's just, again, way too weighted towards value, and we just have to give that up. A7 off, raise and call, just going to fold. Okay, we might play this one, queen 9 off. Versus a limp though, I think I'm just going to give it up. 26 big blinds. Yeah, versus the 4x now makes our decision easier. I can't remember the last time we raised and had an opportunity to c-bet the flop. Can anyone else remember? I feel like we've done some defending from the big blind. We've done some calling from kind of open play outside the blinds. We've done some getting all in, which doesn't involve any c-betting. But yeah, I can't remember the last time we raised the big blind, called, and we could c-bet. Okay, ace queen off here. Going to go for a raise. Everyone has roughly 40 bigs. You know, we are risking a little bit more through this guy, but it's only one player. If it was like a few 20 big blind stacks behind, I would just go for a min raise. If this player 3-bets, we'll either flat or maybe jam. Okay, face a 3-bet from the button. Don't know anything about this player. So we're just going to go for a call. Pretty cheap price for us to call. Flop the nut flush draw. Gonna check. And obviously we have a few options here. Versus a pot size bet. I mean, honestly, 3-bet looks strong. Like from a weaker player, we don't know that he's going to be like, he looks like a weaker player just because I don't know anything about him. I mean, it just seems so nitty to fold a draw here. If we call and hit a heart, we don't probably get paid. If we jam, get it in here. Like, why is he potting it? This is ridiculous. It's probably like ace king or aces. Obviously, we know that he can't have a heart with those hands. So I think we'd end up getting it in really, really bad. So I'm actually just going to go for a fold here. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that, guys. But seems like, you know, any other bet size, we just continue. But versus pot, like, just, yeah, I don't think it's a great spot to get it in. I think he's just always calling and has a better hand a lot of the time. Okay, we get pocket kings. I think we played 2 hands in this tournament, and that's it. Okay, 6-5-3 board. You know, on monotone boards we can go for a smaller bet. Maybe on a low monotone board we can find some bigger bets, but I think this is fine. I don't think he's gonna be finding enough check raises. Pretty bad turn card, like he has all the 4x. The problem is we check and we then, you know, try to bluff catch river. Again, don't really know too much about this player. Gonna check. It's not a bad river card, to be honest. Like, we lose to straights, we lose to flushes. Some of those 4x and club hands are gonna get raised. So yeah, I think we're gonna call here. Like, he can have some hands, he can value bet worse, and he has some club hands that need to bluff. So we call and we lose probably enough, a lot, but that's fine, whatever. Again, he has jack 8 off, so we scoop that one. Okay, we'll fold 10-3 off. I'm going to mark that one. Just want to check a few things within that. So bet sizing on the flop, whether we can bet the turn. I feel like we cap ourselves quite a lot by checking the turn. So he should be going bigger, I think, with his bluffs on the river. Okay, let's go up to the bigger 1650. We have aces. We go for a min raise. See a flat from the cutoff. We can bet or check. I quite like bet. Obviously, like the weaker our pair here, the more we probably want to bet for protection. So maybe we could check aces, start checking aces, go for a check raise. There's not many 6x in his range, so that's what I'm going to do. Talk myself into that instead. Go for a check raise, and if he checks back, I would do something else. You know, bet big on the turn probably. Okay, so we're going to raise here 14, 20. It's going to be quite awkward stack size on the turn. So we'll stay with this one. We have a spot in. Okay, he just folds. So we'll go over to the mini Sunday starter. Going to jam here with ace queen suited and get fold. And shout out to Ava Love PokerStars, or Ever Love PokerStars, not sure how you say that. He's just dropped an emoji, it says chat pros. Definitely, yeah, I thought I'd get some interesting feedback for that fold with the nut flush draw versus a pot size bet in a 3-bet pot. But, you know. Let's go down here into the Sunday starter, going to limp, potentially limp jam here. I mean, he just made it really nice for us to jam now, making it 4x. We get an extra half a big blind than I would have raised in there. I don't think we can have a 3-bet range here, but with ace king off, I think I just like jam. So I don't know if he's tanking, like he could be slow rolling, or he could just be like trying to save face because he's made it 4x and now he's going to fold, or he's actually considering with like ace jack or something, ace 10, king queen, something like that. Okay. So get one through. Back to almost starting stack. Pick up pocket queens now. So we can't say we haven't had some decent hands in this tournament so far, but haven't really got anything going. So let's go for a raise with pocket queens. Okay, face a flat out of the small blind. I'm going to start with half pot. Aspiring poker pro in the Twitch chat says, I thought HUDs were not allowed on PokerStars. As far as I know, they are. It's PartyPoker don't allow HUDs, Unibet don't allow HUDs, but you can definitely use them on PokerStars, unless it's something new. Obviously, great board for us. Going to go for a bet here. Oh, you can't see this one. Let's go up here. Went for the bet on the flop. You know, much better board for us than for him. Pretty terrible turn card. Like he's going to continue with a lot of, well, all the spades. So we can still be ahead. Like he could continue here with some Queen X and some Jack X, Jack 10, King Jack, stuff like that. I think I'm just going to go for a check and decide on the river. Pick up trips then on the river. This is a pretty interesting spot. He goes for a check again. So about like what size should we go now on the river? If he bet, like, can we jam for value? Do we ever get called by worse? Like, I think that's unlikely. So here now I'm going to go to close to pot, and be very happy to fold if he jams. Okay. Ace Queen suited then in the 109. Going to raise and call this player who seems to have stolen my name. And hello to Leopoldo on the YouTube chat, who says, hi from Bolivia. Hola. It's me guessing that they speak Spanish in Bolivia. Okay, ace queen of clubs here. I mean, we could bet and get called by some worse hands here. Having clubs seems good because we unblock spades, diamonds, and hearts. If we check, we don't really love it too much. So I can see both options being available to us here. I'm going to go for a bet. Okay, so we could still be ahead of a lot of hands like ace jack, ace 10, king, queen. Like there's just a lot of hands here. Turn, I think we're just gonna go for a check. Good value bet against spades and stuff like that. I think this is an interesting spot now. I think we have to call, because he can have like those hands we talked about, king jack of hearts, jack 10 of diamonds, you know, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go for a call and hope that he shuts down on the river. Okay, he has fives. Like, I think it seems reasonable. Pretty nice value from him on the turn. But I don't think there's too much else to talk about. But we will mark it for review. It's always worth looking at those spots. Okay, 8 deuce off, just going to fold. So I'm thinking like an $11 on with that the ace queen of clubs. Probably just give up because he's not going to float the flop wide enough. But I think in a 109, you expect them to float with the right sorts of hands, where ace queen of clubs is going to be a fine continue on the turn. King 4 off here, then the bigger 1650, just going to fold. Pocket sixes in the 109 Sunday starter. I'm just going to rip if it folds to us here. Face a 3-bet, and now we're just going to fold. Okay, definitely fold now. Well, it's quite a few strong hands. Okay, ace queen of spades here. Against this player's under the gun open, I think 20 bigs you can actually flat ace queen suited here, so that's what I'm going to do. And if he c-bets, I don't know what he's going to do, but if he c-bets, then we'll probably just raise and get it in. Obviously, we were raised to 6 bigs, and this guy ships, and then this guy overcalls. Then maybe we're not, loving life as much. But yeah, if we had a slightly stronger hand, then I think we can call. I think that's a strong hand that we can get it in against worse and deny equity to this player, stuff like that. Okay, pocket sixes. I'm going to raise here, call if the big blind jams. Okay, face a 3-bet here. I'm just going to call in position. I'm going to flop the 6 of clubs. Okay, that's pretty far away from the 6 of clubs. He checks, so maybe we get another shot at hitting a 6 of clubs. Oh, so close, the 8 of clubs. Goes for a bet now on the turn. Yeah, I think with 4th pair, we're just going to give it up here. We're going to have some draws. We're going to have some, better hands in this spot. Let's go up to ace king off, face a 3x. We're still in the late reg period, so I think this is already our second bullet. We're up against ace king. Oh, diamonds. Go on then, diamond on the river. Ooh, so close. Let's go down here, 9-7 suited. I'm going to raise. And we get 3-bet. Pretty big 3-bet for this stack size. So it's probably just always ace king. Just going to fold. Uh, 10-8 off, easy folds. Okay, going to fold 10-5 off. Okay, nothing really happening on other tables. Versus this open, just gonna fold. Okay, king queen suited. Okay, so I think I'm just going to flat here in position. Seen a decent amount of aggressive play from these players so far. 10-7-6 board. He checks, and I think we can bet or check. So I'm going to go for a check this time. Turn a straight draw then. Checks again. So we can get some worse hands to fold. Sorry, some better hands to fold now, and probably don't get too many worse hands to call. But we can still bluff some hands on the river as well. I was thinking like fours, but that's now not going to fold. So it's a pretty narrow range now. Nines, nines, eights, twos and threes. I think it's unlikely that we win this hand by checking. So I'm going to pot the river and target those hands. I mean, you might have some hands like, a 6 or a 7 or something like that. But I think it's very, very unlikely that we win by checking. So I think betting is going to have the highest expectation. Managed to get that through, which is good. And we'll fold king 10 off. Jack 6 off, gonna fold. Okay, bigger 1650, gonna open king queen off here. Stay with this one. So we'll call if cutoff shoves, 6 bigs obviously. This will be a bit closer. Given that we're raising from, middle position, he's not going to be jamming too wide. Okay. So we're almost getting 2-1. I think this is actually pretty close against, in a low stakes tournament. I don't think he's going to be jamming aggressively enough. He also could just be jamming light because it's close to the re-entry period. So yeah, kind of tips it a little bit. Take a 5. Ace. We're gonna chop. Okay, let's go down here. We have ace 10 off. Gonna open that up. Okay, get that one through. 10-4 off, gonna be a fold. Okay, Jack 7 suited here, gonna fold. Okay, we've got the bounty builder 22. Just going to put that to one side. We're going to fold 9-4 off here. So here we go, bounty builder 22. So we've got 4 tournaments now. We've got the $11 mini Sunday starter. We've got the bigger 1650. We have the 109 Sunday starter. And we have the $22 bounty builder. Three deuce off here in the 109, just going to be a fold. 6 deuce off in the 11, just going to be a fold. I'm going to fold 10-8 suited. Just doing a lot of folding at the moment. See if there's any chat going. We might play this one. Ace-8 off. One of those hands for 20 bigs where you can jam from the button. Against the limp here. Player is his second hand. I mean, Kid Poker UK. Okay, we're going to fold now. Okay, let's go down to the bounty builder 22, ace 10 of hearts. I'm just going to go for a call here. I think you probably could 3-bet. See a call from the small blind. 4 ways to a flop then. Not so good, so we're probably just going to be giving up. Over here, we opened ace-9 off, queen 8-6 board. I expect him to be 3-betting some ace-queens, but our stack depth, no, more so at like 20 bigs getting in ace-queen. So like queen high boards can be better for us. But here I'm just going to be check folding. Pocket queens up here, we are going to go for a min raise. And down here we turn the nut flush draw, so we're going to continue. His bet looks pretty strong, so I'm not sure that we really want to raise. I think calling just makes the most sense here. Pretty nice river. Just jump up. We've got loads of hands here. So pocket queens here, I would say not a very good board for us in general 4 ways, but we're obviously happy to check jam. That's pretty not a great spot. We're going to 3-bet jam ace jack suited here. Ace 10 of hearts. We're just going to go for some value. Not really much to talk about. Queens up here, we're going to check again. I think it's unlikely anyone has a 6 now, but it's just not a great situation, whether to block or not. Here, this is a great situation that we get jammed on, so let's stick with this. Unfortunate spot for him. But we're up to 200 bigs. Okay, so here, I feel like a block is going to get paid, is going to make more than check. And also force players, you know, there's some jack 10s in there, some 6x, whatever. Going to have to show their cards a little bit more. Okay, so we get a bit of value there, which is nice. He had jack 8. Okay, cool. So Paul Cowden in the YouTube chat says, good win for Arsenal last night. Got the Celtic game on at 4:30 later. Good luck today, dude. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, and good luck for Celtic later. I guess it must be the first game of the season, right? Scottish Premier League season. But thanks for for highlighting Arsenal's success in what was, a pretty bad season, let's be honest. Mike D, good afternoon from Scotland. Good afternoon from England, Mike D. Thanks for tuning in. 9-8 off here. I am going to... raise. Okay. 8-5-3 board. So doing some solver work recently, like this is a spot where you can potentially just rip through with an 8. But I'd sooner do that with like ace 8 and king 8 and get called by worse. So here I'm just gonna bet half pot, and if he jams, gonna call. 5's not an ideal card. He can definitely have more 5x than us. So I feel like he's better 8x just check raise. He can still have some 5x and still have some draws. He's unlikely to bet, like he's unlikely to jam enough combo draws here, I would say. I'm going to check back. It's a pretty good card for our range, but I'm not sure we can value bet the river. We don't get called by enough worse hands. And he just puts us in. This is pretty close. Like obviously so anytime a good card for us comes, then and they bet, like you should be like folding more, I would say. So I think I'm gonna fold, but it's a good spot for him with 6-4, 7-4 clubs, stuff like that. Oops, the daisy. I completely missed what I was wanting to do there. So you saw Poker Tracker loading hands, which is not that interesting. Okay, so we are going to review that hand and look at it later. Like I said, like it's a great spot. We don't block the missed draws, so it probably is a a good spot to call. But I'm just not sure that he's going to find enough bluffs. So I'm going to overfold. Das Commando 2000 on Twitch says, hi, do you use a delay for your stream? Yeah, it's on a 4-minute delay. Go up here in the bigger 1650. We have ace queen off, probably not going to fold. This is somewhat scary, if I'm honest. Like a min raise off 10 bigs from an unknown player. He's never raised before. We're going to get it in against a like, it's going to go one of two ways. He's going to have the nuts here, or he's just going to be terrible and like, have some garbage. Ace jack suited here, we're going to go for a min raise and probably not fold. Let's go back to ace queen off. Okay, so yeah, I mean that's he should just jam. It's a nice flop. Let's see if we can hold. Nice. Yeah, he should just jam pre. Like it's fine. But like I said, like it was either going to be like aces or kings, or it's going to be like some other garbage that he doesn't know what to do with. And I mean, it wasn't garbage, but he should just shove. Like it's not a raise call, I don't think. So some questions in the YouTube chat. Gabriele says, what do you think about the eventual match, DNegs versus Polk? I mean, I'm not that bothered really about, what could happen in that in that match. I think it's just making, like, we're trying to make poker like fun, right? And we're trying to make it to like sort of get rid of any kind of animosity or anything like that. And then we're like, oh, I know what we'll do. We could just do some sort of grudge match. Like, doesn't seem to make sense to me. You can't want to make things more inviting for people and then sort of facilitate this kind of situation. So I actually don't think it's great for poker. It is kind of great for poker in the sense that it will okay, take that one down. It should bring in traffic, right? It should bring in players. But in terms of, trying to make things more... one second, I got a spot down here. We raise, we see bet the flop, he calls. I think I would continue if I had a spade in my hand, but I'm just going to check now. And if he checks, okay, he bets, we fold. So yeah, I just don't think... I don't think I'm going to fold here. I'm going to go over to ace queen. Nothing's really gone right in the 109. We'll see if we can get back into it here by jamming. Okay, run into a hand. It's unfortunate. We'll take a king or a 9. Okay, we're out of the 109. Done. Still in the $11 mini Sunday starter. We're in the bigger 1650 and we're in the Bounty Builder 22. That's going to be the break, guys. I'll be back in about 5 minutes to respond to more of those questions and comments in the chat. See you in 5 minutes. Right, guys, we're back for more fun poker. One of you in the YouTube chat said, can I put the info bar in the bottom so that you can see how many places are paid? So I've done that now. Just going, just looks a bit funny at the bottom. No, it looks funny at the top. Okay, well, we'll just deal with that. We'll go up here. This guy min raised pre, check the flop, now decides to fire the turn. We're probably way over folding by folding here, but yeah. I think that we get in a lot of ace-x pre. It's just a much better card for him. We should do a little bit more folding than normal, but queen high is probably good enough of the time, but I'm just gonna let it go this time. Okay, let's look at some of the comments in the chat then. Mike D said, poker ain't poker without a bit of needle. Yeah, I mean, I think like banter's fine, like, you know, winding each other up like is fine if both parties are like happy with that. But if it's just like, you know, I mean, I don't know what's really happened. You only see what's shared, right, on social media and within the poker media to lead up to this. Like, you know, Doug was calling out Negreanu's sort of shillery, I guess, for you know, taking money from a site and not really standing up for the professional poker players. And then D-Negs believes that Doug's just got this, like, in his head, he just wants, you know, he's got it in for him. So both parties not really understanding the other's point of view, I guess. So yeah, the actual match might be quite interesting. Hopefully it'll be more interesting than the Kate Hall versus Mike Dentali match. But yeah, let's look at some other stuff. Gabriele, thanks for sharing your opinion. I'm personally super hyped to see it, maybe even more than with the Galfond challenge. Yeah, I think the thing that we need with this to make it really good and to bring in a lot of people is to have whole cards up, because from what I understand, I only saw a little bit of it, but the bits of the Galfond challenge that I saw, that it wasn't whole cards up, right? So all you saw was just like chips going in and flying around, and then you only get to see hands at showdown. So that for me doesn't create much of a viewing spectacle. So if they manage to do whole cards up, I think that's going to be really, really good and interesting. Yeah, would love to see that. Right, we're going to get in queens here. In the bigger 1650, 282 left, 107 paid. And we'll stay on this for now. We do have nines on another table. So I don't really know what's going on here. I don't know why he's flatted off 3 bigs. I guess I just check call. And don't expect to win very often. But yeah, if he's just messing around with some nonsense like ace 5 of hearts or something, then great. Okay, get it in good. That's not a very good turn card though. Okay, let's see more of these of the chat. Kribu saying in the YouTube chat, I personally think that Doug is much better versed at playing solid poker and D-Negs is better at playing the field. Yeah, I mean, I think if you really understand poker, I think there's no way that you would say that Negreanu's a better player than Doug Polk, right? From a theory point of view. Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think fairly, you know, I put my neck on the line to say that. And shout out to Krur77176 for the follow on Twitch. Let's go down here. We isolated with King Queen. We flopped top pair in a straight draw. Obviously, great board for us, for our hand, but also for our range. Okay, going to take that one down. Okay, Cribbie's then, but both of them are actually really good at putting time in to improve their game. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of stuff Negrani would do to improve his game. My guess is that Negrani's got a better shot. Sorry, Doug Polk's got a better shot by having the sort of team around him. Obviously, he has training site and coaches there, but it has sort of the methodology, right, and the process for improvement. Like, you don't become the, you know, debatably the number one no limit hold'em heads up player in the world without having a very clear sort of process for improvement. So, yeah. I do think it's strange that they're doing a game that's like Doug's specialty and not Negrani's. But Negrani's specialty is probably, well, first of all, probably not Hold'em, is it? Not sure about that. Gabriele, I mean, if Polk is really stopped for more than a year, which he's not sure about, maybe D-Negs has got a chance to not get destroyed. Yeah. The thing with, you know, heads up challenges as well is that over short sample, it's not going to prove, like, it doesn't prove anything. This is why, like, it's such a, like, a ego driven thing and like a willy waving contest. Like, whoever wins doesn't mean that they're the better player. And like, it's, I don't know, like, it almost feels like, you know, putting up Usain Bolt against Mo Farah in a race. Like, they're both good at what they do, but if Usain Bolt was going to run a marathon, Mo Farah is going to beat him. If they do the 100 meters, then Usain Bolt's going to win, right? So, like, I don't see how the heads up challenge, when it's someone's specialty, is going to like really prove anything. But you know, yeah, I don't really know there's anything else to say on that. Evolution Poker, afternoon, Gareth. Good luck, buddy. Thank you, and same to you if you're playing. Are you talking about the Daniel versus Doug match by any chance? We were. So Evolution Poker says, I'm finding it a tad boring, to be honest, and I don't think it's good for the game, as they both profess to be professionals, and I personally don't think professionals should behave in that manner. Yeah, like, everyone wants to see it. It's like, oh yeah, grudge match, yeah, just let's see them fight, or heads up for rolls and all of this. Like, it's a very common thing in poker when there's any kind of beef. But you know, I mean, why are we in a situation where there's beef in the first place, and the thinking that the way to resolve it is to play heads up no limit hold'em? I don't know. Right, so we're going to call here with 10-8 off. Let's get back into some no limit hold'em tournaments. I'm going to check here. Shout out to Milo SVP777 for the follow on Twitch. We're getting up here. We have pocket threes. We're going to just 3-bet jam. 253 left, 107 paid. I think I missed another follow as well. Camry776, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Stick with the threes. Okay, getting in against ace-8 off. That's a good flop. Great turn. And yeah, nice river. I would say that we haven't been flipping that well today, but that seems like a good one to win. Now 70th of 252 with 107 paid. Gonna fold. Let's go down here, Queen Jack off. So we have 2x starting stack here. We rivered the nut flush versus second nut flush, which was lovely. Mr. Marlborough on Twitch saying hi, bro. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Okay, just going to start with a limp. And probably just check. Face a half pot bet. I think versus half pot, we can just fold now. We continue with Queen X of diamonds and Jack X of like diamonds, hearts, and spades. So I think this could be close, could be bad, but I think, yeah, we continue more when we have a backdoor flush draw. We're so deep, I guess, that maybe some other funky stuff we could do, but, you know, we limped and we fold, that's fine. Nine deuce off, going to fold. 8-3 off, going to be a fold. Let's see if there's anything else to play. Don't think there is really. So it seems like we've got some new viewers. 1 second, I've gone to the wrong place. So yeah, some new viewers on Twitch and YouTube. So welcome to the stream. This is the 3rd Sunday in a row that I have streamed some live poker, live online tournaments. Ace Jack off, might play this one. So yeah, if you are just joining us, welcome to the stream. I'm happy for you to be here and hope it's going to be a long stream. I would say we haven't done particularly well in terms of results so far. We'll call it This Guy Jams, and we shall be making it. We're going to bet small here. We just lost a lot of flips to bust tournaments so far today. So yeah, nothing really going according to plan. I'm going to turn it around now though. Okay, going to raise fives. Get called. 10-6-4 board. We could bet to deny equity to overcards. If we check, we can check call. Don't know too much about this player. I'm going to start with a check. Playing very, very deep. Not going to lie, 125 big blinds deep effective out of position. It's not something I've studied that much. Pocket fives here. Could go for a bet to deny equity, but I think check seems okay. He might start value betting 7s, 8s, and 9s now. He could value bet 10. He could actually value bet 4 as well. He could have turned some draws. So I think we probably have to continue on the turn versus half pot. Yeah, I'm going to continue 1, and I think that's probably a better card for us. He's going to have some ace-x hands. Obviously, like ace-x of diamonds makes a lot of sense now. He might just give up with his misdraws. That's what we're hoping anyway. If he bets, like, we are going to have some ace-x. We have some better hands to call. So we scoop that one. He has Queen 9 of clubs. Shout out to Evan for the follow on Twitch. Shout out to Knowlesman12 for the follow on Twitch as well. Thank you. So Kribu says, yeah, instead of doing heads up hold'em for rolls, they should do a kickbox match. I feel like Doug might have a weight advantage there, and I think that in contact sports like that, like it's boxing, kickboxing, judo, wrestling, whatever it is, that a weight advantage is a pretty big advantage. That's why they have weight classes, right? I don't know if they have those in kickboxing, but it would make sense to me. If you're a big lad, like, you're going to pack more of a punch. Shout out to MyTie555 for the follow on Twitch. So I think we got 3 tourneys here. $11 mini Sunday starter. We have like under 11 bigs. We've got the bigger 1650 where we're going to fold ace deuce off here versus a 16 big blind jam. And we've got the bounty builder 22 where we have 140 bigs, which is nice, but no bounties just yet. But we are in a good spot to pick up some bounties. The Stories Forever in the YouTube chat says, can you dwell deeper on bluffs, possible bluffs, please? If I have enough time during a hand, I will do my best to do that. If not, we can always bring it back and have a look at some bluffs. But I can't remember what the hand was now. Maybe maybe if it's just a general comment, then absolutely I'll try and do that. Jack 5 off, gonna fold. Okay, Queen 7 of clubs might defend here from the big blind. Okay, versus the min raise seems like a good spot. We cover this guy as well, which is nice. Board where we can definitely find a lot of raises. Goes for third pot. Okay. This deep, I feel like we should probably continue, whether we do that by raising or calling. I'm gonna go for a call. This could be wild. We'll call. And now at this stage, I definitely think we need to go ahead and bet. I'm going to bet pot, I think. Actually, maybe go a bit smaller. We go for value. So we're trying to get like ace highs, king highs to fold. We block king queen. I'm actually just going to go pot instead. I think we get slightly more folds by betting slightly bigger. We don't rep too much for that size, I would say. Like, you know, it's a much better spot to bet big. Like if the river completes an obvious flopped draw, you know. So I think Petrov989 in the Twitch chat has got this spot on. He says, I think Polk Needle D-negs into agreeing to the heads up. Doing half no limit hold'em and half a game of D-negs choice. I think that would be pretty good actually. Yeah. But yeah, I love your point at the end. You're like, do I care? Not really. Will I watch? Absolutely. I think that's it. Like maybe people don't care too much, but you know, it's going to be like the talk of the town, isn't it? Talk of the poker world. So everyone's going to be watching it. But I think, yeah, they do definitely have to have whole cards up. If they don't have whole cards up, I think it's going to be really dull. I did a bit of commentary over at King's Casino for the World Series of Poker Europe a couple of years ago. And they, until like the final 8, I think we did commentary but with no whole cards, right? So I'm going to call here. We cover the opener and we cover the player in the big blind. Okay, flop a 7. We can check or bet. We're going to have some sets here. We don't have too many strong hands. I'm going to go for a check. Let's go up to 7s here in the mini Sunday starter. We're going to jam here. This guy folds. And 7s is definitely good enough. I'm going to be flipping and sometimes behind, but don't want to fold. Okay, so I would say that we probably just have like a very strong hand now, and we can start putting money in. 7s we got it in against 10s and ace king, so we're going to have to hit 7, and we don't. We're out of that one. So I'm going to bet here. We get value. We can deny equity. We get check raised, so we can just call now. I don't really know what he's repping here. Seems pretty weird to check twice. He can definitely have 2s and 3s, I guess. It strikes me as a spot where he could definitely take a hand like ace-4 of diamonds and check raise in this spot, because we don't really rep much. Literally like 3s. But I'd love to see a check from him here. I just don't think there's going to be enough bluffs again, like to want to call here. And the most obvious bluff we do block, a hand like 5-6 of diamonds or ace-5 of diamonds is a potential hand. It does this with. So yeah, I don't think this is going to be. We don't want to be bluff catching here, basically. And I know one of you asked about looking at potential bluffs. Like, yeah, I just don't think it's happening often enough for us to want to call here. We're going to have 3s. We could potentially have a hand like Queen 9 suited. We're going to have Queen X of diamonds to call there. So I think we're protected enough that we don't have to call there with a 7. 6-4 off, going to fold. So we just got 2 tournaments then, bigger 1650 and a bounty builder 22. Just going to fold here with King Queen. So guy limps, guy makes a fairly big ISO. We're just going to fold. Queen deuce off in the bounty builder 22, just going to fold. King 9 off here in a small blind, see what happens. Okay, we face a 7 big blind jam. Just going to fold. So if you just joined us then, as I said, we've got the bigger 1650 and a bounty builder 22. We started playing about 9:30 and sadly just bricked everything so far. And that's the way it's going to go sometimes in tournaments. We are going to get it in here with ace king. So we'll stay on this one. Run into kings. Let's see if we can hit an ace. On the river. Nope. Okay. So yeah, I mean, that's I would say a fairly good representation of how the session has gone so far. We just not winning all-ins. Which, yeah, welcome to Sunday. Welcome to Tournament Poker. Jungle Best in the Twitch chat saying, maybe they should just add Postle to the game as well, just to make it interesting. Yeah, a three-way tournament, or three-way game. What about a spin and go? Petrov 989 in the Twitch chat saying, I wonder if DNeggs has a bigger edge in, say, Raz, if that's what he chooses, than Polk in No Limit Hold'em. Yeah, I don't know. That's good. Yeah, I mean, how much bigger is Polk's edge? Like, it also comes down to how many hands they play, right? And I can't remember how many they said they would play. But like, let's say they play, you know, this isn't what happens. This isn't what's going to happen. But let's say they play 100 hands of Hold'em, right? Someone's edge is like very unlikely to come through in that few number of hands. If they play 1,000,000 hands, well, I would imagine Polk to absolutely crush Negreanu. So it's somewhere in the middle. Like, you'd probably, if I was Negreanu, I would probably want to play as fewer hands as possible to sort of negate the edge and not let that edge come through. But then if they play a tournament, a variant that Negreanu's better at, then, you know, maybe it's the same thing. Play the same number of hands at each of those games. I also don't know how much variance there is in stuff like Raz. I've never really played it. Oh, this is a spot. Chance at a bounty. I'm not going to get it, though. To be honest, though, this might actually be pretty close to a call. Okay, just kidding. But I feel like, oh, man, see? Oh, destroyed. Like, yeah, I don't think it's as crazy as I first said. Right, because this guy should be isolating pretty wide. I'm going to mark that one for review, actually, because I think it's fairly interesting. It seems like a lot of big blinds with King 7 off. Like, some players are just not going to isolate wide there, and therefore it's a massive punt to get in. But if they're going to isolate wide, then the overcall range is going to be wide because you cover both players, and it's a really nice spot. 4-3 off. I'm just going to fold. $26 big blind shove, 16 big blind. Again, like, I think it's unlikely. Like, this shouldn't ever be like aces, kings, and queens, right? Or any strong hand. But I said that before, and it's been like queens. So we shall see. Nines. I mean, yeah, probably not a thing. Seems bad. Don't know. I mean, maybe it's not 26 bigs in a bounty where you're going to get called light. Maybe it's fine. So we've got the Bounty Builder 22 here. I think I was mentioning before about the next tournament is going to be the bigger 27, and it's probably going to be the last tournament, the last reg of the day. Just not sure what time the kickoff runs to. Maybe we could fire the Sunday kickoff as well, just to have some more tournaments to play, really, because normally I would end with the bigger 27 that starts at the same time as the kickoff and the mini kickoff. But I think those tournaments will go for longer. But yeah, I might play those. If you guys want to see those, the 109 Sunday kickoff and the $11 mini Sunday kickoff, then let me know in the chat. If there's a strong preference for me, or a strong desire to see those tournaments, then I'll fire them. I think this might be the first time I've ever worn some sort of football top on a stream. If you were here earlier on, we did talk about Arsenal's victory yesterday. Congratulations, Arsenal. FA Cup winners for a record extending time, 14 times. We've won the FA Cup. No one else is close. I think Manchester United won it 12 times. So we had the record at 13, and then yesterday won it again. So yeah, 14 times. I think we were a little bit fortunate, if I'm honest. Like, I don't think Kovacic's second yellow was a yellow. I feel like the first one though was like a 1.5 yellows, so maybe the referee thought that as well and gave him half a yellow for the second one, and then that 2 yellows equals a red. But Chelsea were pretty unlucky with injuries as well. Like, they started much better than we did. The penalty incident was an interesting one, I think, because the initial contact does take place outside the area. So if he gives it as a free kick outside the area, he has to send him off because Aubameyang's in on goal. But then because he does pull him back outside the area, it gives Rudiger a chance to get across, and then he's not denying a goal scoring opportunity, right? So yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Gonna fold Queen 4 off here versus under the gun. Petrov in the Twitch chat then saying 10k to 25k hands has been mentioned. So okay, that's reasonable sample. I mean, I don't play No Limit Hold'em heads up cash. I can't say with great certainty that that's going to be a great sample to sort of negate like variance, but yeah, I'm not sure about edge as well. Jungle Best then saying, nice to see you after a long time, hope everybody is safe and doing well, and I'd like to reiterate that. I'm just going to fold here. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time. Great time to be playing online poker. You just get to stay in and, you know, play some cards. It's pretty fun. But also equally as important is to get out, fresh air, exercise. You know, if you can see other people, then definitely do that. Shout out to TallPaul75 for the follow on Twitch. But obviously, if you do go and see your friends, then and probably practice social distancing. Is quite important still. Interesting that in the UK, so I don't know where you guys are watching from, but in the UK, apparently we're now at capacity of what we can actually allow, right? So, you know, we have to still, we still can't, like, you know, just have a free for all. So it's come up to like 20 to 2 in the UK. So probably at the next break or close to the break, I am going to turn the webcam off and the mic off and have some food. Don't know why I did that, just so you know that's what I'm talking about. So I'll leave the tournament on. We're only playing one game at the moment, which is, you know, pretty dull. Hopefully there'll be some exciting moments coming up. But we're going to leave it on, and then I'll come back after, and hopefully we're still in, and we'll have the bigger 27 and potentially the kickoffs as well if you guys want to see those. So, yeah. And shout out to, I'm not sure how you say this, Diahito85. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. So we've had a message from Stories Forever. He says on YouTube, yeah, we want to see Sunday kickoffs. So we'll probably fire those. Probably just register those at the same time as the bigger 27, like after 2 o'clock. Shout out to Gaz Klingo for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, my man. Or it could be a girl, I suppose. I'm going to put money on it being a dude, though. So we got our double up earlier on, or we got a double up, not our double up. We'll be going double ups. And nothing's really happened since then. So a great situation. We value bet river with the nut flush. Got jammed on. He had the second nut flush. And we scooped a nice pot there. But yeah. I don't think we've had any opportunities to win bounties yet. We had that King 7 off that I thought we should get in, but not sure. Flakes TV on Twitch saying that's a rough river draw. Ace 8 taking down the Ace King. Yeah, I missed that, but yeah. Ace 10 off here. We don't cover the big blind. We do cover some other players. I think when we're covered by this guy, I'm actually just going to fold here. Shout out to Montezuma74 for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. So you're raising a 50 big blind jam here. Oggy is thinking about it. Oggy. He's going to fold though. Queen 8 off in the big blind. We'll defend against this, I think. But we'll see what happens first. So call as well, and another call. So I feel like this is a common mistake where you overcall because you're getting such a good price, but not realizing that you're going to be in bad shape against some of those calling ranges like Ace Queen, King Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, Ace 8 suited, like stuff like that. So I don't think this is necessarily a good call, like versus raise, call. I think Queen 8 off, like Queen 7 off would definitely be a fold. King Jack off, that seems bad. Is he going to get rewarded though? He is. Congrats to him. There's also now a 7 big blind stack up for grabs. Or a bounty up for grabs from a short stack. That makes it 4x here. Seems like a big raise. Okay, blinds are up. Got 65 bigs. Queen 5 off here. Probably just going to fold. Six, 5 off. Going to fold. So whilst there's a bit of a lull in the action, one tabling, and we don't have a hand, let me talk to you about group coaching. So if you're interested in getting involved with the MTT Game Changer, which is our group coaching program at MTT Poker School, then definitely check it out. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description. If you're watching on Twitch, just head to mttpokerschool.com/game changer for more information and to find out everything you need to know about the program. I can give you a quick rundown now. So every single Monday at 7 p.m. We have a live webinar on Zoom, and each month we tackle a different topic, and within the month we have different sort of areas. So we start the month off, which is what we're going to do tomorrow, is we're going to be doing a theory webinar focusing on the theory. Then next Monday we're going to be looking at some practical stuff and some deep dives into different board textures, and I'll tell you what the topic is in a minute. The third week is looking at your hand histories, so like real member hand histories, going through different through the spot that we're looking at, that we're focusing on. If you've listened to my podcast or any of the stuff I've done before on YouTube or here on Twitch as well, and YouTube, then you'll know that I'm really keen on having sort of focused study, right? Getting really good at specific spots and then moving on to another spot, and starting with the spots that happen time and time again, which is raise first in and c-betting the flop against the big blind, stuff like that, and big blind defense, and then facing a c-bet, stuff like that. Focus on one topic. Got a nice hand here, and we look at real hand histories and run through those, and you get some feedback on your own hands. Maybe there's something that you've been struggling with for a while. I'm just going to rip here. This looks really strong, but it could just be a weak player, and so we're just going to think about it for a moment. He 3-bets 4%, so we could just get it in really, really good here. So we're all in for potentially 2 bounties. Okay, there's 1 all in, 2 all ins. Okay, well they block each other's aces, but there's still an ace on the flop, so that's great. I mean, I said that earlier on when we lost with kings against ace king in the bigger 1650. That's pretty much how the session's gone today. We just haven't done very well in all ins, and now we have 16 big blinds. So what else was I talking about? So in the group coaching, don't expect to learn how to run well. That's not what we teach. We teach you how to develop really solid, strong fundamentals, focusing on specific topics every single month. So if you want to be involved in that, definitely check it out. As I said, the link is in the description on YouTube, and if you're watching on Twitch, just go to mttpokerschool.com/game changer. So that was pretty unfortunate. There are only 2 aces left in the deck, but as soon as one comes and you can see the other 2 kings, that's pretty much toast for pocket kings there. So sad times. We are going to fold. Okay, so Flakes was saying on Twitch then that the ace-8 ran out the straight against ace-king 10 on an ace-king 10 flop. Wow, that's pretty brutal. Jungle Best saying he's fine, been a bit rough times, world is in a messy situation, but we will rise again. Absolutely. See if there's any comments in chat. Okay, we're going to call here with king 8 off and check fold now. Okay, it's pretty tempting to call here. Okay. Yeah, I think, you know, I could go either way here. I'm really tempted to just get this in. I don't know if this is just a bit punty. Like, you know, big blind's going to have some... I mean, we do actually get it in good sometimes if he has 7-6, 8-6, worse 6x. I don't think it's the kind of flop that these two players are going to bet very often. But we could get it in against a 5 or a 7 or a 3 or a worse 6. If everyone folds, that's nice as well. Yeah, not sure about that one. You know, limped pots 4-way, top pair on a 7-6-5 board, not a spot I've studied much. King Queen, this is close to wanting to just jam here. I feel like this guy's like... Yeah, I think I'm going to shove here. Like, this guy's been limping a reasonable amount, 27%. And we can just get it in against worse in this spot. So let's shove. I have like King 10 suited, Jack 10 suited. I would take King 10 actually. Or Queen Jack. Queen Jack suited. 6s. Reasonable. Take a flip. Take a king or a queen dealer. Well, I mean, that's it. When did this tournament start? A reasonable amount of time ago. Okay. So that's, yeah, been a pretty rubbish session. We still got some more tournaments, though. But I think what I'm going to do is... Yeah, I'm not sure. We're definitely going to play them. So we've got the bigger 27. We've got the mini Sunday kickoff. And we're going to fire the Sunday kickoff as well. But they're all kind of still fairly early. And I'd sooner play them, you know, late reg them and have like 40 bigs and go from there. But we're 5 minutes away from the break. So I don't know whether to leave the stream on. I guess you guys are not just going to stick around and have 10 minutes of nothingness, but yeah, not sure. There's not really anything to fire. Yeah, there's nothing else to fire really. So that's kind of it for 10 minutes, guys. So yeah, I don't really know what to do. Let's see what the situation is in the kickoffs. So the 109 is currently 80 big blinds. The 11 is currently 60 big blinds. The bigger 27 is 50 big blinds. So I guess we could get in that one. Let's play that. Okay, yeah, so we'll play this till the break. As I said, I'm going to get some food in a bit as well, so I guess some of you might drop off then. But yeah. Today is a good session or a good example of where it's really important just to like continue to hit register. You know, we've just lost a lot of flips, and when that happens, like, because we're not playing a huge volume today, right? I think we played like, I don't know, 10 tournaments or something. And if you lose flips in like 8 of them in a row, like, you're just like, you know, bust, and there's nothing much you can really do about it. So just keep on getting back on the horse. We'll fire those. So we've got 2 other tournaments to register after 2 o'clock, and then that'll be it. And we'll see how we do in those last 3. But yeah, we'll just keep going and seeing what happens.
I think it might be the shirt. I think it's an unlucky shirt for poker. I think the poker gods know, they're like, you can't mix other sport with poker, so you shouldn't wear an Arsenal shirt or a football shirt for playing poker. And I remember when I was younger, they did rugby trials at the local rugby club, obviously, and I turned up in an Arsenal shirt, and they they were like, "You can't wear an Arsenal shirt to rugby trials," but I did. So there you go. Okay, Jack 8 off, gonna fold. Ten-3 off then in the big blind. So we're going to be going for a break in a minute. So as I said, I'm going to turn the webcam off and the mic off just because it's a break anyway. But then try and get some food, get some lunch in then. So I'll leave this tournament going. We'll add the kickoffs, and those will be the last 2 regs of the day. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream. If you've got any questions, fire them away. I might just respond to them on chat like this. So yeah, rather than speaking, because I'll have a mouthful of food. So if you guys want, if you've got any questions, maybe you've got some more questions about the group coaching, then just let me know. Happy to answer that. I'll answer those. We can raise or check back. I'm going to check back this time. We'll raise next time. Okay. We'll go for a check. Turner got shot. I feel like he's probably going to have lots of ace high, king highs now. We could get some jack highs and queen highs to fold, but we also get those hands to fold on the river. We just have to make sure that we can actually credibly rep a hand by the river, which I think we can, but we can't get jack high to fold anymore. Yeah, I feel like he's probably... I think if we had a slightly weaker hand, like 4-5, I would bet, because we get more hands to fold. I'm not sure that queen high plus is going to fold much here. We'd just be trying to get like a 10 to fold. So I'm just going to check back and expect to lose most of the time. All right, that's the break, guys. So I probably won't be back in 5 minutes with the webcam and the mic, but I'm going to leave the tournament on, so just watch that. And as I said, if you've got any questions, fire them on Twitch or on YouTube, and happy to respond. All right, guys, see you in a few minutes after lunch. Alright guys, back after some lunch, going to fold ace deuce suited here. And just put in the mini Sunday kickoff. We'll add the 109 in about 10 minutes. Hope you didn't miss me too much. 25-minute break. I guess that's the only downside to streaming this time, is having to break for lunch. King 3, just going to fold here. And fold 6-5 off here. Eight 3 suited then in the mini, gonna fold. And 6-5 off in the bigger 27, also gonna be a fold. Shout out to I for Cyberlife for the follow on Twitch whilst I was having my lunch. Okay, I have a playable hand here. Gonna go for a 2.3x. Okay, and just going to start with a bet. Get check raised. No, I'm just going to fold. Just seems very easy. King 4 off, going to fold. Alright, 6-5 off here, just going to fold as well. See what happens here. It's a raise and a 3-bet. Might be an interesting pot. Really small 4-bet, looks bladed as everything or anything. I feel like I'd fold queens here in Squishy Arrow's shoes. 5-4 suited here, just going to fold. And we might play 9-6 suited here in the mini. squishy opens up, so we'll defend here. It's a pretty nice flop. Go for a check. Okay, so a couple of options then, obviously. Call or raise. We don't block like any of the strong flush draws, right? So I feel like it's a pretty nice spot to go for a check raise. On to the next one. And I'm going to put the kickoff in now as well, the 109. King 6 here, I think we can limp or raise. I'm going to go for a raise this time. And over here with Ace King, we are going to open. We get 3-bet with King 6 suited. I think I'm just going to fold. I don't think he's going to be 3-betting enough. So I think it's fine. Back to Ace King then. We raised, we got flatted by this player. He's been playing so funky so far, so we have to be prepared to, stack off. And I'm going to start with a check. And I think we'll just check call. Turn a gut shot to go with our flush draw. Okay, he checked back. I mean, I think there's a pretty high chance that we are still reasonably good here, and he's just not the kind of guy I want to bluff. Like, he's the kind of guy that will have pocket twos here and not fold. So there's just not really anything we want to target to fold. Thankfully, the spade didn't come in, but yeah, pretty wild flat from him. Ace-9 off. I raised from EP, flats MP with Ace-9 off. Queen-Jack suited then. We should open the cutoff. We've got the 109 down here now as well. Let's just put that into position. Queen-Jack suited then. Let's go for the open. So these are the last 3 tournaments we're going to play today. The $11 mini Sunday kickoff, the bigger 27, and the 109 Sunday kickoff. Go back to the Queen Jack suited. Oh, we're good at flopping diamond flushes today. Okay, so we go for a small bet here. We get min check raised. Really just want to click it back. I'm not going to though. So do we raise again? I think 3-betting the flop looks really, really strong. Just going to call. I feel like he should do a decent amount of checking here, but if he has ace-x with a diamond, maybe he continues to bet. I think we just call down here now, honestly. Sometimes he's going to have a better flush. Sometimes he's going to be bluffing. It's nice not to see the 4th diamond, I think. Question is now if he bets. Okay, so if he bets, like, you know, we have to decide whether we can jam for value. I think we just get called by all the worst flushes, so yeah. Anyway, we're going to do the same thing here. We're just going to jam and hope to get called by weaker flushes, some 2 pairs, some ace-x with the ace of diamonds. Guy opens. Let's have a quick look, see if there's some weaker players behind that we want to invite in. I don't think there are, so I'm going to I'm going to go for the 3-bet. Okay, this looks really, really strong. I don't think this is ever a thing to cold call a 3-bet out of position in the small blind. So we have to play pretty cautiously here. I mean, that makes our life very, very easy. Thank you, Mr. Sprint. Like 10's ace queen, maybe, here. Yeah, I just don't think, it's just never a thing. Like, it's pretty poor. I think queen 8 clubs going to open here. Okay, he opens, we're going to fold. Okay, 9-4 off, going to be a fold. King 6 suited here. Might be a little bit too light to open here. I think it's close though. This guy's going to be flatting a lot of hands. So I'm just going to fold. Okay, pocket queens, the ladies. Jack 9 off, gonna fold. And Jack 5 off, gonna fold. Six deuce off, not going to be doing too much with that. Queen 6 off, going to go for a fold in the 109. 6 deuce then versus a pot size open. I think we've seen enough from this player to suggest that he's not very good. So he cold called a 3-bet out of position in small blind. Now he's pot size raising. So he's going to get the green tag. Sorry if you're watching the stream. Sorry, not sorry. So we opened 10-9 suited in the bigger 27. 10 minutes left of late reg here. So if we bust, we can re-enter. Okay, we get 3-bet. Really big 3-bet for me opening off 22 bigs. Doesn't make sense to me. So just going to fold. A6 of diamonds open up here in the 109. Get flattered by the cutoff. So we do block backdoor diamonds, so like we can block this guy from having too much to continue. So I'm gonna go for a bet here. Obviously block ace queen as well. So it's a pretty nice result. 2 snap folds. I think you can check there as well. So 3 deuce off, pretty easy decision, I think. Jack 5 off, I've already gone for an auto fold. King 6 of clubs here, gonna go for a call and see what happens. Okay, nothing doing that. Question from Gaz Klingo in the on Twitch says, how many students do you get for group coaching? 1 second, let me play this. I can tell you how many people are in the group right now. So there are 22 members of the group. Now, obviously not all of them attend every single webinar. And it really depends as well, like what kind of webinar it is. Like if it's the really sort of like heavy GTO, like deep dives into different board textures, I would say we get fewer people watching those. But then like member hand histories and the theory videos, the theory webinars as well, they tend to get more viewers. I think the thing with the deep dives is that it's easier to watch after the fact, so you can pause it and have a look at the the solutions. Pocket nines here then. Kind of want to see an open. Go on, open. Okay, we're going to jam. If we bust, we are going to re-enter. So we'll stay on this one. Okay, he folds. Let's go down to ace-9 off. And there's a decent number of draws here. So I know we have the ace of clubs, so maybe we, that makes us want to bet smaller. But I'm going to go for a big bet. We get called by weaker 9x. We get value from draws. Hugo to flip in the Twitch chat saying, how's the grind going, mate? It's tough to say. We've bricked every tournament we've played so far today, so that might give you a little clue. Let's go up here. 7-5 off. Sunday kickoff. Going to fold. Go back down to the 109. So yeah, not. I wouldn't say it's going particularly well results-wise, but you know, out of the things we can control, I would say that the grind's going really well. Out of the things we don't control, then the grind is going very, very poorly. Okay, we'll fold 8-4 off. Got 3 deuce off in the mini and 9-7 off in the bigger 27. 5 minutes left of late reg there. Okay, let's play this pocket sixes then. Going to raise from EP. Get flattered by the button. And we are going to check here. Probably just check fold. If we bet, we can potentially get some underpairs to fold. But we don't deny too much equity, like a lot of the stuff he flats with is wrapped around here, so betting doesn't really accomplish too much. Okay, so we're still ahead of 4s and 5s. 7s and 8s and 10s can potentially check back. And 10 on the river. So 8s is probably going to call river. We can get 7s to fold. We beat 5s and 4s, although they might bluff river. We beat ace highs, but quite a lot of those are single pairs. I don't think this is an unreasonable spot to go for a bet, given that we have ace king in our range and he doesn't. And we're really just trying to get one pair hands to fold. Like, we're obviously not trying to get a straight to fold. Some 2 pairs are going to have to call here. So yeah, if he ever has like ace 9 or ace jack or something like that, then we can potentially get it that kind of hand to fold. Give us the old time bank, probably the time bank jam here with king 9. That's a lot of your time bank to use for this decision. Well, got it through. Interesting one. Probably one to look at in a bit more detail at some point. We'll mark it for review. You know, those small pairs strike me as the best bluffing candidates. You know, completely unblocking his folds because he's not flatting a hand like 9-6 or whatever, you know, Jack 6, those kind of hands. We're going to flat here. Ooh, yellow. Okay, he bets. It's obviously a great board for him. He has all the 2 pairs and sets. Going to go for a raise. Completely unblocking a lot of his strong hands. We do obviously block king jack, king 10, queen jack, stuff like that he can bet call with, but we don't block aces, we don't block ace king. We don't block sets. Okay, whoops, wrong one. Pretty interesting spot here. This guy's 3x'd it. We see a jam. It's in the 109 kickoff. Yeah, we're just going to go for it. Ace king off. And just need to hold here. It's a great turn card. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And shout out to Maganja420 for the follow on Twitch. King 10 off, just going to fold here versus an early position raise. Four, 3 off then in the mini, just going to fold. King Jack off then, might play this one. We've gone past late reg in the bigger 27, so that's it now. We bust, we're out, can't re-enter. Okay, flop top pair here. Just gonna go for a small bet, and then probably size up turn jam river if he continues. Yeah, I think that's good. So if we bet that much, just trying to work out the maths, guys, in my head. 6, yeah, 15. So I think we can just about, if we go like this much. If he does jam the turn, I probably will fold, because I just don't, again, like I don't see enough bluffs. But this is a good situation. And now he just jams the river. I mean, like, if he checks, I'm jamming the river, right? I don't know what bluffs he has here, but maybe he just like doesn't want to have to face a bet, so he jams himself. Or it's just a hand like 7-4 of clubs, or like ace 5, something like that. But yeah, it's a very standard like check call, and then donk jam river when there's no bluffs, like no draws have missed, to be like 2 pair, right? But I don't think we can ever fold. Like you have to be like so confident that that's exactly what's going on. Otherwise, it's a disastrous fold. But you know, when draws miss, maybe that's exactly the spot to do that. But it's pretty poor play from him. He should just check, and you know, if I have bluffs, then I can bluff. If he jams and I have a bluff, I just fold, right? So it's not a great situation for him. But a pretty unfortunate run up. So we'll probably jam here with ace-8 off if it folds to us. Edward in the YouTube chat saying, "Look, mate, I've just had to leave the stream for a few hours to make some pulled pork, a variety of salads, etc. I'm back now, so I expect to see some upturn in results today, please." Well, it's not me you have to speak to about that, Edward. It's the poker gods. So if you just want to message them, then yeah, that'd be really helpful. Okay, we're going to jam here. Okay, good luck us in the bigger 27. And we'll stay on this one. We've got our hand in the 109 as well. I'm going to go like 85 ways to the flop. Okay, get that one through. Let's go down to the 109 then. We raised with King Queen and got flattened in 4 spots, so it's going to check. I mean, what time to be alive where you're getting 5-way pots in 109s. So Edward with a question in the chat. It says, the Jack 10 hand where we flopped the straight. He said he's really surprised to see me check raise the flop. I know that the board host hits him hard, but surely you can call flop and check raise turn. Yeah, can do. Can do that. I think it's a pretty strong line. Maybe check raising the flop is a pretty strong line as well. But I think that more people will call the flop raise than call a turn raise, because the turn just look like, as soon as he double barrels and then I check raise, it's going to look very, very strong. Here with King Queen multi-way, I'm just going to give it up. So yeah, I mean, it could be wrong to check raise, but given that he just has, like, we unblock the sets and the 2 pairs and the overpair and the top pair, you know, top pair, top kicker, then it just strikes me as a good spot to get lots of chips in. And the more chips that go in early, the more chips that can go in by the river. But I mean, you know, looking at it, like, just thinking it through again now, it is. I'm trying to think of what I would actually bluff in that spot. So maybe it is a spot where you should check call. I wonder if I can find it and run it later. Yeah, I've marked it for review. We'll have a look at it and see. Yeah, I mean, if he assumes that I'm never bluffing there, like it's tough to find bluffs on a board where it's just much better for him, then maybe he can overfold versus the check raise, and therefore we should check call more, like, just to protect our calling range in that spot. So yeah, I can get behind the call. And shout out to Sterling M. Archer for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go up to here with the ace queen suited. We're going to get this in. Depending on the action. Yeah, we'll be getting it in now. Like, this guy can jam worse, for sure. Yeah, so we just hope he has like king queen or ace jack, ace 10, or we're flipping for all the dead money against a pair. It's pretty rough to run into ace king. Okay, we're out of the mini. So just the 2 tournaments left then, bigger 27 and the 109 Sunday kickoff. So 109, bigger 27. We only have 13 bigs in the bigger 27. I'm never wearing this shirt again to stream in. That's for sure. Let's go over to the 109 then. We're going to fold 10-9 off on the button. Yeah, not much going on at the moment. Sorry, the action isn't really there. I'm going to take a break, actually. We just hit the break, so I'm going to turn the webcam and the mic off and be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. So enjoy your break, guys, and I will see you soon. Okay, guys, we're back. Ace Queen off. Going to play this one. And I think, oh, we've done something wrong here. Okay, we're good to go. So we're going to open here. I am going to 2.3x and Ace Queen off here in the bigger 27. We're going to be getting it in most likely. Just make sure the audio is coming through. Looks like it is. So we've got these two spots, and so we get ace 8 through. So yeah, Edward in the YouTube chat says, cheers for the feedback. The way I see it is that if he hits the board hard, he's going to bet turn. Absolutely, yeah. And if he has, say, 9-9 or 10-10, then he can bluff turn with range advantage. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Okay, well, it's definitely going in now. Here we go. Let's see what we can do in the bigger 27. And one of you just said we've got to start posting some better results today. So it could start with this hand. It's a good start. Great flop. Hey, there we go. There we go. Back in it, kind of. Okay, so let's go over to the 109. We get squeezed here. We're just going to fold. Diego said, are you playing the Summer Series events? Nope, I'm not. Is it Summer Series now, or is it Stadium Series? Are they the same thing? Because once Scoop finished, I switched my schedule to playing the off-peak schedule. So I've not played any of the extra events. So you'd have to tell me. But yeah, I'm not intending to play any of those events today. We started the session at 9:30, started the stream at 10 a.m. So we've been streaming for about 5 hours now. And just have these two tournaments left. We've got the 109 Sunday kickoff and the bigger 27. So that's that. Diego also said congrats on the FA Cup. Lol. So thank you. Someone that's recognised the badge. Yes, Diego. Okay, so Queen Jack suited here. Yeah. I really want to jam. Doesn't seem like he opens that many hands though. Like 15% from middle position seems super tight. So I'm actually just going to fold. We could see what he opens off 15 bigs as well. 10 to 15 looks to be pretty tight. Yeah, so off shorter stack depths, he's not opening that much. Well, that's an interesting flop for Queen Jack. Okay, 5 deuce off, just going to fold. Queen 10 off, early position, also just going to be a fold. 10-4 suited, gonna be a fold. I know one of you asked earlier on to have the places paid. Over here, we're going to go for a bluff ISO. Get jammed on, and we're going to fold. Easy fold here versus Guns for Hire 94, raising from EP. Okay, so it is the Stadium Series. Yeah, probably not going to play any Stadium Series events, although from what I saw from the lobby, it is the main event today, right? Is that right? Let me check that. Stadium Series Freeze Out Grand Final. Okay, 10 deuce off here and a big. Just going to be a fold probably. Yeah, I'm not going to defend this. 2.2x as well. Face a jam. Easy fold. Would have been an easy fold anyway. So 295 left. We're 200th at the moment. 116 paid. Jack 5 off here. Probably limp if folded to. Okay, see another raise. Just going to fold ourselves now. Okay, 7-4 off. We have 7-4 off on both. Both tables. 7-4 off. So you can see me fold both of them. Look at that. Okay, ace queen off here, bigger 27, 17 bigs. We can jam here from the cutoff. We'll 3-bet jam over an open from anyone. I think no one looks like a complete nit. All right then, going to be all in here against Vlaceda from Brazil. Get a fold up to 22 bigs, about 9k-ish, I guess. 8,718. Gonna fold 7-4 suited. All right, queen 9 off then. Just gonna fold from this position. Too much sauce then in the YouTube chat saying great content, thanks, plus EV in brackets. Thank you for your kind words, sir. Ace 10 off then, bigger 27. If Lacerda shoves, I guess we just reshove. Yeah, I think so. We could click it, but then I think we just reshove. Yeah. Get it in pretty good here. We just like, we can fold out some hands, I guess, from behind. And then, yeah, that's kind of it, really. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Get it in as a massive favourite, 70% favourite, and chop. Edward in the YouTube chat asks, Gareth, what is your view on live poker returning? How do you think it can be managed without being weird and dystopian? It's a great question. I honestly don't know how that could happen. I guess the most obvious answer, right, is for there to be a vaccine, and then no one's worried about it. So you just, you just have the vaccine or whatever, however it works, and then you then we don't have to worry too much. But I think that's quite a long way off. I think could be like a year probably. Like we might see the World Series return next summer. They're talking of, I'm sure someone posted on Twitter yesterday that was like, oh, I heard someone talking about the World Series coming back in like October, November time or something, September, October time for a shorter series or something like that. And Kevmath quickly replied saying, yeah, that's, well, only one person is saying that, and it was I think he was implying that it was the person that sent the tweet. So yeah, nothing much to say about that. We open ace jack off here. Okay, take it down. So yeah, I'm really not sure how it's going to work at the moment. I mean, live poker's return in the States, but I mean, just look at the confirmed cases and deaths and stuff, death toll in the States, and I think you'll get all the information you need. Just folding jack 8 off then in the 109. And if you can hear that, I'm going to guess that's police cars rather than ambulance. Here with 15 bigs, it's essentially effective. I'm just going to limp the button. First limp's always the weakest. Okay, get jammed on, and now we fold. This guy knew first limp was always the weakest. Gonna min raise fold, probably jack 10 off here. Okay, we can't anymore. We're just gonna fold. Let's see what happens with the king 9 off here in the bigger 27. Just got these 2 tournaments left, guys. If you've just joined the stream or you've just returned after a lunch break or a walk or something, we have the bigger 27 here. We're 170 of 249 with 116 paid, and we are 108 of 309 in the 109 Sunday kickoff, but nothing's really happened there just yet. We'll come back to the ace queen in a minute. We're going to play this king 9 off. We have the king of hearts, which could be significant. Yeah, I think we're just going to check. Might just be a pretty boring hand. Could have been something we enjoyed. So we're going to fold here, and we're going to go over to ace queen off where we've been jammed on. Pretty easy call. Got to win a flip here against 6s. It's quite a good flop. Great turn. And there's a nice river. So we won a couple of all-ins in the 109 so far. We're up to 25k, 2.5x starting stack. We got ace king in against ace jack for 60 big blind pot, and then we just won that one as well. So pretty nice spot. 44 of 316. Here with the 8-7 off versus a 13 big blind jam, we're just going to fold. And Edward is pretty much getting it spot on YouTube when we got ace 10 in against ace 3, and he said FFS split pot. Queen 4 off, just going to fold. Six deuce suited, gonna fold here. 50 big blinds now, but playing like 40 bigs effective here and like sub 20 big blinds effective against a lot of other players. Queen 9 off, going to fold. Okay, so this guy's all in. I'm just going to min raise here. Probably min raise fold. This looks quite strong, I think. So to get jammed on, I don't think we're going to be getting the right price. So we'll probably just fold. But we don't mind playing the pot in position if the big blind wants to flat. Okay, 8-3 deuce board. Nothing much going, but he's not going to have connected very hard with this board at all. So actually just going to min bet. And I don't expect him to find enough bluff raises on this board, so I'm very happy to just bet fold. So let's say in the GTO world, you're supposed to bet call here because he has a ton of bluff raises, and we've got ace high and we've got backdoor flush draw and stuff like that there. But yeah, against population, I would just min bet fold. Turn, he's going to have a decent number of 3x. We don't raise many 3x. We have ace 3, that's it. So that's 2 combos. So yeah, I think I'm kind of surprised not to see him lead a little bit here. We're still ahead of some hands, I guess, like some draws. Really just want to see him check. And we'll probably just check back and, win or at least chop with some hands. Just having a look. 3s. Yeah, we might want to. No, we're not. We're going to chop with all ace-x. yeah, I think like he can just float the flop with some king highs that we beat. Yeah, I'm not sure about 9-6, whether that's a float. But yeah. Marcos in the YouTube chat says, do you make some kind of changes in your play when you play an $11 buy-in versus MTT versus a 109? Let's go over to the 109. So I talked about this earlier on. Okay, just going to check. You'd expect that the general standard of play to be better in a 109. But you know, let me just give you an example. So like in an $11 tournament, when it goes check call, check raise, that range is pretty strong, right? In a 109, when it goes check call, check raise, that range can include some, you know, bluffs. So that's an adjustment to make. But even in like even in a 109, like they're probably not finding enough of those bluffs, so you should bet fold a little bit more frequently. But you should also look to value bet relentlessly in low stakes. Yeah, so I mean there are a ton of differences, but you know, good solid poker is going to win at all levels. You can just make more money by playing exploitatively, but you can't play exploitatively unless you know what you know, optimal strategy looks like. Sky delivery of something. Cookies. The benefits of dating a baker. We live together, so it's a bit more than dating. Okay, so you have 10-3 off here, just going to fold. So 207 left, 116 paid. Still got some work to do there. 6-3 suited here, just going to be a fold in the 109. Back over to bigger 27, 4-3 off, just going to be a fold too. Okay, what we got next then? Bigger 27, king 5 off, just going to be a fold. Okay, we'll go over to here. We're going to play this one. Okay, so we've got a couple of short stacks here, so I'm actually just going to go for a min raise. He 3-bets, would have called. Okay, jack high board. Going to start with check. Could check raise or just go for a check call. I think I might, well, let's look at size. He's float flop 1 out of 1. So I'm just going to go for a check call, I think. I mean, you know, there's still a chance he has 3s and 2s, and he can have king jack and ace jack. We give him a chance to bluff, you know, further down the line. Maybe he's improved now as well. So we're definitely going to check call with like 4s through 10s here. And those hands are now going to fold. So when we call, our range is going to look somewhat strong. But I think we just check call again. Like we block, like the hands we want him to continue, like ace jack or ace queen or something like that, we block. Sure, we deny equity, but we can also give him a chance to bluff some random nonsense. on the river. Maybe he's improved now as well. He could have had like Queen 10. Well, not that hand was probably going to fold. So yeah, so we lose to sets and beat bluffs. Or we lose to King 9, I guess, as well. We have King Queen. Wow, okay. Well, that's the spot where you really wish you had check jammed. Let's mark this one for review. Okay, we'll go over to aces. Flatting here does just gonna look super bladed, but like someone might, yeah. I mean, this is great news for us. Hopefully, Blom thinks that we're just messing around and is going to rejam. Okay, get it in against a King Queen. Okay, good stuff. So we get 3-bet in the 109. This looks, I mean, so strong. Like 3-betting around 20 bigs this size. Like we're getting a great price, 3-1. But yeah, I'm just going to overfold. Like he looks like a reg, but he's not 3-betting very much. He's 3-betting in a spot that looks super strong, and so I'm just gonna fold. Hugo to flip in the Twitch chat says, "Are you playing the grand final later, Gaz?" I don't think so. No, I started at 9:30, so probably not. It might. I'm kind of tempted though. I just saw it in the lobby. Ace King here. We are going to go for an open. Maybe it's something I'll just play on my MacBook whilst watching TV tonight, whilst unwinding. I'm sure my girlfriend will really appreciate that. Okay, take it down with Ace King. So 65 of 186, 70 left before the money in the bigger 27, so still some way to go. Okay, 5 deuce off, button limp. Okay, we're going to check and probably just fold. Nice hand. So Gaz Klingo was asking Hugo whether that was on party. I think the grand final is on stars. I think. Stadium Series freeze out grand final, yeah. 3 different buy-ins, 55, 530 and 5.2k. All with at least $1 million guaranteed. Folding Queen 5 suited then. We play this one. I think this is close. I think we're just going to go for a call. If I had 20 bigs, I think I would just rip. And over here in the 109, we're just going to flat a big blind 10 deuce. Reasonable spot. If he bets small, we could think about a check raised. Pretty funky. Okay, checks back. Okay, I'm just going to check. Okay, so we can get some like 6s, 7s, and 8s to fold. 10s probably not. He could check back some 9x. We blocked 9, 10. I think it's a reasonable spot to bluff. We are going to have a lot of weaker hands though. Yeah, we'll see. Let's go for it. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we get that through. Not sure about it. I'm not 100% sure. Let's mark it for review. I do think it's a spot where he's supposed to do some checking back on the flop, so it's not like he's missed a c-bet. And shout out to 1010T1 for the follow on Twitch. Evolution Poker saying that guns for hire is a bad reg. Just tell me why you think that. He said it has reasonable stats from the looks of this. I'd just be intrigued to know if it was maybe he's got a bad shark scope or something. I'd just be interested to know what makes you think that. Maybe he's just terrible post flop or something. C-bet, yeah, he doesn't C-bet enough. Check raises quite a lot. Yeah. I'm going to fold. Could raise fold actually here. I'm going to go for it with the ace blocker. I think it looks pretty strong to raise into these 3 stacks, into this lineup. Okay, he's flattered the small blind. Get a jam from Nasty Minder. Doesn't oblige. It's a good spot, really. This shouldn't be too many strong hands. Maybe he's trapping occasionally. Let's go to ace jack off here. Okay, well, we just ran into a hand. I mean, that's just that's that really, isn't it? Ace jack off here versus this player. I think I'm just going to fold. Kind of close though. Folding feels a little bit too weak. King jack suited here, reasonably tight from a very small sample. A couple of short stacks here. I think we just fold. On the button, I would be much happier V-pipping. Edward with what he's ended the sentence with is a genuine question. Gareth, how do you get your significant other to not ask, yeah, but how much did you lose, right after telling them you were up following a poker weekend? I mean, so I have this conversation with friends all the time about how best to communicate with your significant other. Most my sort of closest friends in poker, they all had girlfriends or wives before they got into poker. So it was always going to be harder for them. Whereas my girlfriend, we got together after I started playing poker. We've been together just over 18 months now. And so just right from the start, we just communicated like, you know, this is how it is. And, you know, I tried to get her to avoid questions like, how did it go? And, you know, and questions like, how much did you win or how much did you lose? And she's absolutely brilliant. She says stuff like GG and well played, because she knows that that's things that we can control, right? So she recognizes that she should focus on celebrating the fact that, you know, if we did something well, it's not that we won a tournament, it's that we, you know, continue to fire tournaments today, for example, after running pretty bad. We're going to fold king 3 off here. You know, so she's, you know, I don't know whether it's like I've trained her or she's just very sort of self-aware and aware of others, that she you know, gets to sort of recognize that, you know, the result doesn't really matter. You know, in an industry where it feels like, you know, results are everything, you have to recognize that in the short term, results they're not anything, right? It's all about the process. So she would be like more fussed about me not studying or not getting enough sleep or not exercising enough, rather than like ever worrying about how much I was up or down. Okay, well, that's a good flop for 9s. Oh, nice run out though. Guns for hire with a few more chips now. Okay, so we'll call. If these two players both shove, I think we call. This guy shoves, we call. I don't think this is quite good enough to isolate. We don't want to be raising too many ace-x hands to then get jammed on, so I think we can check back. Could be wrong about that. He checks. Just going to check back. We have ace high. We have some decent showdown value. We still beat some king highs. I'm going to call this. And he checks again. So he could have been value betting a 6, I guess, or something worse. But we have enough showdown value here. We can beat some hands. And like we said, 6x is definitely in there. Okay, so we're going to jam king queen off here from the small blind. Get called by jacks. Just need to win a flip. That's all it is. Okay, we don't win a flip. That's going to be. It's going to be that in that tournament. So we're at the bigger 27. Just have the 109 left now, and good player. I think we can limp call here. I think it's supposed to be a limp call, and I think this guy is a reg, so that's what we're going to do. Oh, it's a great flop. Let's see if we can get there. Boom! No! We hit a straight, but he had a flush. But yeah, I think that's a limp call, 15 big blinds. You can jam as well if you want to. Okay, 19 big blinds in the 109. Would have been a nice one to win for sure. But you can't win them all. We're going to fold 6-5 here. Evolution Poker saying guns for hire is a bad reg because of experience that he has playing hands with him. Cool. Good stuff. Right then, one tournament left. We have bricked every single tournament we played today. Feels like Vegas last year all over again. Let's try and back into it. 18.5 big blinds. Must be approaching the end of late reg here. 17 minutes to go. 2 re-entries available. Probably not going to re-enter this tournament if we do bust before the end of late reg. Jack 6 off, can fold. Ace Jack in against Ace 5, chop it up. Just going to fold 6-5 suit here. Uh, 8-5 off, just going to be a fold. So if you just joined the stream, you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, I'm streaming to both platforms. Welcome to the stream. We just have one table left, the 109 Sunday kickoff. 300 remaining, although late reg is still open. Jacks against King 9. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I think he min raised and King 9 off jammed. Fair enough. Just watched the replay of the blind versus blind hand where we hit the straight on the river and it's like boom, yeah, come on. Oh no, what's happened? I've seen people do that on streams before and I'm like, oh, you're such an idiot, I didn't even know that you'd lost a hand. And now I'm one of those guys. There you go. Okay, you're going to raise Ace Jack here. Centaurus, pretty good player, I think. Okay, see a jam here. It's just not going to be anything that we want to be calling, like Ace 10, you know, stuff like that. I mean, yeah, sometimes it could be like the Studio Broadways, I guess, but not often enough for me to want to call Ace Jack off there, like comfortably. Folding 6-3 suited. Right then, one table. This tournament has about 12 minutes left of late reg. This could be the end. Okay, Centaurus jams. I'm going to snap call. He folds. Soul read. Knew we were calling. 6-3 suited here. Just going to be a fold. And okay, face a raise from early position, and we're just going to fold. Yeah, so yeah, nothing much going on at the moment. As I said, we're just coming up to sort of the end of the registration period. Yeah, I don't think I'll re-enter this tournament. We'll call it a day if we do bust, but if we can get some kind of spin, or we'll be in past the re-entry period, then see what we can do. Stream's been going for almost 6 hours now. King Jack off here versus an under the gun open, just going to be a fold. Centaurus is all in. Okay, ace queen against ace 10. Centaurus going to bust. He might re-enter. Here's the player that's just entered with starting stack. King 6 off, just going to fold. So I guess just in case we do bust in the next short while, if you've just joined us, it's not been a session to remember. Let's be honest. But I mean, we still have some time to turn it around. We're going to go for a min raise here of folded 2. Just a quick note from me. So group coaching is now available and open again for enrollment. So if you're interested in that, then definitely check out the link. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the in the description. And if you're watching on Twitch, just go to mttpokerschool.com/game-changer. I'm going to go for a small bet here and go from there. Okay, we get that one through. Ace 3 here. It seems okay. Like 15 bigs, I wouldn't open this hand. So Edward said he's just sent an email with a potential hand history review. He's happy to be humiliated on social media if it would be helpful for content for you. Okay, well, I'll check out the hand history and see if I can turn it into some content. No promises though. I do have other things coming in the next few weeks. Fabaz is someone I am aware of. Anyway, so I think I was talking about group coaching being reopened for enrollment. So yeah, definitely check out the link that I just mentioned a few moments ago. Definitely got a bit sidetracked there. And yeah, if you want to join some like-minded players and students of the game in learning about poker, growing together, developing together, then definitely get involved. There are 4 webinars each month now, and you get to join a members-only Discord group, Discord server. So if that's something that sounds interesting to you, then definitely check it out. The link is in the description on YouTube, and then it's mttpokerschool.com/game changer for those of you watching on Twitch. Okay, so I'm going to take a break and be back in 5 minutes. See ya.
Right, guys, back for more. It's got this tournament left, the 109 Sunday kickoff. Edward with a message, or a question on YouTube says, what night are those webinars? Monday. Every Monday. We meet every Monday, 7 p.m. UK time. And just in case you haven't seen much of the rest of the stream, there are 4 webinars every month, and each one tackles sort of a different sort of idea within the topic of the month. So the topic this month, we're going to fold ace-8. Topic this month is playing the flop out of position after defending the small blind. And so tomorrow's webinar is all about the theory. We go through the theory and sort of give you the big takeaways. We look at the mistakes, the common mistakes and misconceptions a lot of players struggle with in that spot, or the mistakes that they make and how to fix them. We go through the fundamentals of that spot, so the really, the big takeaways for that. We look at different board textures, and you can see the board textures where you're supposed to continue a lot and why you're supposed to continue a lot versus the ones where you're supposed to overfold and why you're supposed to overfold. And then next Monday is going to be all about the deep dive and really diving deep into the sort of the theory, all of like different board textures, but like pulling up the solver solutions and really diving deep into those. So that's quite a heavy one, I would say, and it isn't for everyone for sure. But if you really want to sort of dive deep and get a lot out of and develop a really strong understanding of why the solver is doing what it's doing for that particular spot, then that's the session for you. And then the following week, so the 3rd week of August, we're going to be doing member hands. So you send in your hands for that exact spot, where you're playing post-flop out of position facing a c-bet, after defending the small blind. And we run through those all the way from pre-flop to river. And it's an interactive group session, so lots of questions. And, you can ask questions, you can, what ifs and all of that. And we discuss it as a group. And then in the final webinar, it's more like just kind of open to, be sort of, we can catch up on stuff or we can go over stuff. I'll put it to the group as to, what do you want to go through in this spot? Fabaz shoves. We're going to fold Queen 5 off. And yeah, and then obviously, and not obviously, but if you haven't heard this before, then we do a members only home game after the webinar. So the webinar, is fun and interactive, but then we sort of unwind after that with a home game. And we all jump on a Zoom call, and so you can chat to other members and you can chat to me. And the consumption of alcohol is encouraged if that's something that you enjoy. But you don't have to, water, milk, coffee, tea, any other drink is fine. You don't even need a drink to attend. So yeah, that's what goes on. But yeah, those home games are pretty fun. It's nice to chat to you all. I think, what I think is really, really good is that members will discuss hands, and everyone's sort of almost like behind an avatar or a screen name, right? But in those sessions, everyone sort of, you get to really start to meet the people in the group, and I think it's really, really good. We're going to fold 7-5 off here. Okay, so he's raised through an 8 big blind stack, a 10 big blind stack. I'm just going to fold. Right, late registration is over. 288 left, 125 paid. 12.6k for first.
Min cash is $200. I'm just going to fold twos here. And yeah, as I said, 284 left now, 125 paid. We're currently 189th. If it folds to us, we're going to be jamming. How does Bob Marley like his donuts? Okay, thought Hank was thinking about it. Vinny Perry is going to fold. Chip up a little bit there. Now we have ace king suited, and I mean it's too good to jam. I just think that this looks quite strong, min raising immediately after jamming, but hopefully if other people are paying attention, they know that it's, you know, just we jam more at 15 than 17. Okay, get it in pretty good here. It's a good flop, great turn, nice. Okay, up to 27 big blinds then in the 109. Another ace, but this time it's fold. And Edward's saying Monday works for me. Think I will join up. So great stuff, Edward. Definitely get involved. And I can see that you're on YouTube, so definitely check out the link in the description. And there is a special discount code in there, so definitely check that out. If you're watching on Twitch and you are interested in one second, I'm going to have to stop the recording because my computer apparently has run out of space. Usually I just get YouTube to record it, but I wanted to record it in slightly higher def today. But we got 6 hours of content, so we should be able to make some highlight videos with that. What was I saying? Yes, if you're watching on Twitch, then definitely head over to YouTube and check the stream out there, because there is a discount code in the description. So if you want a discount off all membership plans, because there are 3 different tiers as well. So I guess I should talk to you about that as well. So there's the MTT Game Changer, which is like sort of the standard, where you get your 4 webinars a month, you get access to the members only Discord, and you also get access to module 1 from my course, which is Raise First In. So you're going to get all the Raise First In ranges, plus all of the theory webinars and accompanying videos. So you're going to get that as part of your first month, essentially for free. And then you can get Game Changer Plus, which is everything from the Game Changer. Plus you actually also get an hour with me every single month, and you get access to the course content, and that's all the course content. So yeah, I think I'm probably, you know, the price on that is probably too cheap. I just feel like I'm giving it away. But you know, if that's something that you're interested in, I think, you know, that's probably the best value. And then I'm just going to call here. It's a nice flop. Okay, he checks back, and I expect him to c-bet pretty high frequency here. So I'm actually just going to, start putting money in. And okay, I'm going to take that one down up to around 30 bigs. And then finally, the Game Changer Advanced is if you really want to accelerate your development, accelerate your learning. I feel like I'm going to raise call the button. Just a bit of an awkward stack. Like if I had 20 bigs, I would just jam. But if we get jammed on here, I mean, that's not ideal. Okay, so I'm really hoping the big blind's not trapping here. That would really, really suck. But we're getting a great price against this player, and if this player, like, we can fold out some hands like some suited broadways and stuff like that. So, okay, we run into aces. 5. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the Game Changer Advanced is you get 4 sessions with me a month, right? So 4 coaching calls a month, plus access to all the content, plus access to the group coaching. So yeah, 3 different tiers. If you are interested in that, then definitely check out the link in the description. And we're going to fold here. So that was unfortunate. It's unfortunate to have a hand as strong as Ace Jack for 10 bigs, and he has aces. I'll say we've done well today to get in like second best hands, like spots where we, have to go for it, have to get it in. We've had the second best hand like most of the time, and then when it's been a flip, we've probably not done that well. But of course, don't forget the brain always sort of clings on to the negative. So anytime that we want to flip, I've probably forgotten about it already, which makes sense from an evolutionary perspective. Why would the brain remember like good stuff? Like it's going to remember the negative because that's stuff that puts you in danger or at risk or whatever. Shout out to 304 Poker for the follow on Twitch. Okay, 10-7 suited here, just going to fold. Okay, 6-5 off, gonna fold. 2-3-5 left, 125 paid. This is our last tournament of the day. We've been playing for over 6.5 hours now. Started the session about 9:30, and we started the stream at 10. So the stream's been running for over 6 hours. If you've just joined us, the reason we have one table is because we've not run like Usain Bolt. I think when players talk about running bad, right? I saw on Facebook once someone said, "Oh, I got in like Ace Queen and I ran into Ace King. Like I run so bad," and they were like, "No, you don't run bad. You just ran into you got it in with the worst hand." And like, actually, no, you do. That is running bad, right? Because card distribution is such that you get a hand that you have to get in, and they have a hand that they have to get in, and their hand just happens to be 1 pip better than yours, right? So you definitely shouldn't overlook that. But the thing is that it's not really worth worrying about, right? Because you can't control it. You can't control what happens. So most of card distribution, run outs, how someone else approaches a hand, like you can't control that. You just control continuing to make good decisions, not getting upset when you raise aces and no one calls, and just moving on. And good decision after good decision after good decision leads to great results, right? But sadly, in the short term, you can get a day like today where you just brick everything. So Sam in the Twitch chat said, "Evening, Gareth. How's today gone, coach?" I've just sort of talked about it there. pretty poorly results wise. But for me, like, you know, trusting in the process, marked a few hands for review, and definitely found some areas that, you know, maybe I feel a little bit less confident, less comfortable about. And that's the whole idea, right? You never want to sort of base the success of a session on how well it's gone. Like, you might just run like God, right? That doesn't mean that you played really well. That's why when people say, "Oh, well played," like, you know, say I win a tournament. Let's say I win this tournament, and people congratulate me, and I would really appreciate that. But in one tournament, you have to run well. That's, you know, there's no denying that you have to run really, really well in order to win that tournament. So almost the better thing to say is, like, you know, congratulations for working really hard in the, you know, I don't know, year or two leading up to this point that put you in a good spot to win this, right? So I do think it's an interesting one. I think poker's in an individual game, it's likely that you can play badly and win. You can also play really well and lose. And I don't know what kind of other games that's possible in. Like, if you, like, to be fair, like, if your best isn't enough, let's say you play golf and someone just happens to be, like, you play, you know, out of your skin, and they just happen to beat you because they're a better player. You know, they had the best day of their life as well. Then, you know, that's just what happens. But, you know, generally, if you play better than your opponent, then you tend to win in any other game. Edward in the YouTube chat said, "FYI, I don't get prompted for a code and the 20% discount. It's right at checkout, so you have to go through, like, I think the way that the site works is you set up an email address, and, like, so basically a login for the site, and then it will take you through to payment. So as long as you haven't put your card details in before the discount code, then you should be fine." If yeah, there should be, I think, on at checkout there's a, you know, a click here for discount code, or you know, have a coupon or whatever it is, coupon code. You know, you click on that, enter the code, and you get your discount. But obviously, if that still doesn't work, then just let me know. So Grivu in the Twitch chat says, Usain Bolt finishes faster than others, so in a way you have run like Usain Bolt. He finishes before everyone else. Well, that's fair enough. I think I quite like that analogy. Eight-3 suited then, just going to be fold. The other thing as well is, like, you know, in sport, like, you can, like, pump yourself up and you be like, right, come on, let's go, like, let's find that extra bit of energy. But extra bit of energy in poker doesn't really do you any good. It's not going to make you win a flip. You're like, yes, I've got more energy, I'm going to win this 50-50. It's like, yeah, just doesn't work like that. Jack 4, going to fold. Five deuce off, just going to fold. Okay, king 7 off, also just going to be a fold. Just patience at the moment, guys. Don't want to try and force it, but obviously if there's a chance that presents itself, we will be taking it. 16 big blinds. 156 of 210, 125 paid, so somewhat approaching the money, I guess. 742 players started. There's 12.6k for first. Ace King off here. I think I'm just going to go for a min raise and not fold. I guess if a couple of players get all in, maybe we can find a fold. Okay, flats the small blind. Seems a bit crazy. I think I'm just going to min bet. Yeah, bet fold. And yeah, I just don't think he's ever finding enough bluffs here for us to want to continue with 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Like, you know, GTO might tell you to continue because you have the king of diamonds, or maybe just because you have ace high and, well, ace king high. But yeah, I'm pretty happy to bet fold there. $12 big blinds then. Going to fold 4 high here. I think it's an interesting one. I think, okay, I'm just going to fold now. I think we could have called versus 1 open or 1 player. I think the hand's too good to fold, but not good enough to jam. Kind of close though. All right, queen 3 off, just going to be a fold. So we're only 68 away from the money now, but fortunately we're 183rd over 193, so we are going to quickly get out of there, see if we can get some more hands in before the blinds go up. Jack 2 off, this is going to be a fold. Okay, king 9 will shove if folded to. Okay, so this is where we want it, guys. A spin. We'll take a call from pocket 3s and we win a flip. Ace 4 off. Okay, well, we can win this one. That's a good flop. Come on, then. Let's get there. Let's get there. Nice. We got there. 131 of 187. 22 big blinds. Let's go. Right then, 9-10 off. Just going to be fold. Wow, so the Stadium Series Grand Final is a freeze out. What a tournament. 3-day event. Day 1 breaks 8 hours and 50 minutes after the start. What time's that? Like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. Shout out to Ace High 38 for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's and a good luck from Ace High 38 in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, so I started the session at 9:30, so I think it's going to be a bit of a late finish. Although I did mention earlier I could potentially play it on the MacBook whilst watching TV or something. Like unwind in some way. Right, blinds are up. How many bigs do we have now? 16. we found a hand to fold. Nice easy fold, 7-3 off. Okay, going to call here with 5-4 off. And check fold. Okay, yeah, I'm going to be done with this hand. 51 away from the money, guys. 132 of 176, 125 paid. Okay, just going to fold. Okay, we see an open here. We are going to fold Queen 5 suited. I think we probably need one more double up. Okay, one double up to cash this tournament. That's my guess. Don't think... Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not going to get in at this point, at this rate. Like with this, with 13.5 big blinds. Shove. Shove. Yes. Here we go. Is this going to be the double up that gets us into the money, guys? Let's see. There we go, guys. 29 bigs, 167 left with 59th, 125 paid. Definitely going to take that. Not sure if I want to get my decision making out in the chat. My lengthy decision making. Yeah, I'm going to fold here. Right, we see a min raise off 14 bigs. Jack 5 suited here. Let's have a think. So it's usually a fold. I think on this occasion I shall also be folding. Okay, pocket sixes. We're going to raise and fold against. I mean, I guess we could call versus a 3-bet. I don't think we're close enough to the money yet where someone's going to like try to take advantage of us opening too frequently. Okay, get jammed on. It's a pretty easy fold for us here. Queen 3 suited here, just going to fold. Okay, just going to fold here. We are 32 away now. Okay, so ace jack suited here. I think you can 3-bet, but I'm just going to go for a call. I think the difference is pretty marginal. If we 3-betting for value, and then we'd end up wanting to fold versus a 4-bet, because I don't think he's going to 4-bet wide enough. King jack 9 board. We'll see how big he bets. I mean, if he goes for a big bet, not loving it. So we're going to have King X. We're going to have 9-10, Queen 9, Jack 10, Queen Jack. I mean, it feels like far too strong a hand to fold, right? But he has all the stronger hands here. You know, Queen or a 10, not great. In a way, I'd sooner have like 9-3 of clubs to continue here than ace jack of diamonds. Should be c-betting here, high frequency, 4 big size. Problem is it's just such a, you know, I think it's too strong a hand, given that he can bet like Queen Jack and Jack 10 here. So I'm going to call 1 and go from there. Like, I think you can start folding some weak Jack X for sure, but I think this one's just too strong. And on this turn card, I think I'm just going to check jam. We were already behind Queen 10. He could have improved, I guess, to Ace King, but we were behind that anyway. He could have Ace 9. He can have Ace Queen. He can have Ace 10. He can have Ace X of clubs. So he checks back. So most likely has like King Queen, I think, like some sort of King X, right? When he checks back the ace. So King Queen, King 10 kind of makes sense. Our most likely hand is a flush. I'm going to block river. I think this gets called by more hands like, you know, like the king, queen, king 10. If we bet too big, I think he starts folding those hands. Obviously, we open ourselves up to get bluff jammed on, but I don't think he's going to bluff jam enough of the time. We just have all the flushes here, so like we're pretty well protected. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. GTO World probably never, ever, 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 ever supposed to fold this hand, but I don't think that like he is. Yeah, I don't think he's bluffing. I honestly don't think he's bluffing. He just has a flush like all the time. So that's unfortunate. Gonna mark that one for review for sure. But like he doesn't jam. I don't think he jams worse for value, right? So he doesn't land on that river with like ace 5 of spades and just go, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just, you know, I'll rip through here. Limp with 10-4 suited. So if he doesn't jam worse for value, then he needs to be bluffing, right? Shout out to Poker Daily for the follow on Twitch. And I just don't think that he's going to, like, he needs to, what does he bluff with? Like king, queen with the queen of clubs. Like, is that really what he's doing? Like, when we can have all the flushes, like, I just don't think that's happening. So, yeah, that's how I've analysed that hand. And message from Tom Sim on Twitch saying, up the Arsenal. 15 bigs here. Well, 13.69. Okay, you're going to fold. So that was a pretty unfortunate spot. Like I said, that we could probably get into the money after, you know, one more double up. Sadly, we lost like a big chunk of our stack in that hand. So we might need to, might need to find another double. But as I said before, we just, you know, we're going to just continue to focus on what we can control. If a situation presents itself like, you know, the 7s versus aces hand, then, you know, we take it. I'm not going to try and force it, but a lot of this is out of our control, right? So. Okay, so a raise from early position. Just going to fold ace 5 off here. 25 away from the money. We're 11 inside the money. So it's touch and go, I would say. Not quite touching cloth. A question from Marcos in the YouTube chat says, could you show us the HUD stats you use? Yep, 1 second. So we've got name, hands, VPIT, PFR, 3-bet, fold to 3-bet, fold to steal, cold call, flop float, C-bet, flop, fold to flop, C-bet, check raise, C-bet turn, fold to turn, C-bet, small blind, raise first in, fold big blind versus a small blind open, how often the big blind ISO is a small blind limp, and then RFI numbers from the cutoff and the button. That looks like a fun, fun way around. For anyone watching, I don't think my RFI from the button is 17%. I hope it's not anyway. So you guys are just watching the ace jack hand. I can see some comments coming through. I just think it's really hard to know exactly what we get for a value from if we go for a bigger bet size. because I expect like a strong ace to continue betting the turn. So we go bigger bet, we get ace queen ace 10 to call, right? But because they block the straight and whatever, their ace is too strong, right? But in that situation, I think that he continues firing the turn with those hands. So he lands on the river with some weak ace X, which we get value from, and then weak he has like king queen and stuff like that, which we get value from. And I don't think he's ever going to bluff raise. He's not going to bluff raise enough where we want, where we're happy to get it in, or happy to call. So 20 to go until the money. 117 of 145. It's going to be tight, guys. Okay, 8-5 off. I'm going to think about this one for a moment. See a min raise then and a jam. We're 18 away from the money, guys, and we're 12 inside. So we shall see. In football, like, when your team is 2-1 down and you're pushing for the equalizer, right? You know that there's always going to be a chance. Like, it's really unlikely if you're pushing for an equalizer that you don't get, at least one opportunity at the death to nick a goal, right? I always feel like in poker, that's the same thing. Like, we're going to have a spot. We're going to be presented with a spot that gives us an opportunity to double or to get back in or whatever. And yeah, that's I'm just intrigued to know when that's going to come. Is it going to come before the money or after? 16 to go. I just feel like you always just get a test. The poker gods are right, like 128 left, and you get like a hand that's right on the edge, and you're like, oh, I'm not sure if I can shove here. Not sure if I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Right, 5-minute break. It's going to be an important hour next hour. So join me in 5 minutes when I come back from a break to see if we can make it. Just to sort of give you the story so far today. We have played since 9:30. We have bricked every single tournament we've played. And so this is our last chance at a cash today. And we're 15 away from the money. So touch and go, guys. Almost touching cloth. 5-minute break. See you in a bit. Right, guys, big hour. Let's go. We've one of the spots I was talking about. Whether this is a jam, I'm not going to be jamming though. I don't think it is a jam. I think the benefit of like getting folds and picking up 2.4 bigs doesn't outweigh the sort of the disaster of busting in 139th. So we're 14 away from the money. We're 12 inside the money. So yeah, we're just going to fold. Martin in the YouTube chat said, do a vid on the ace jack, as if you'd bet the ace jack that small versus me on the river, I'd see it as a chance to bomb you off better with that run out. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that we just have all the clubs, right? We defend the big blind, so we have literally every single flush, apart from the ones that we raise the flop with. So we have a ton of flushes that we can bet for that size. We're going to have some straights as well. And it's a spot where it's pretty tough to really know like what we definitely get value from on that run out, because you expect strong hands to just go ahead and bet the turn, right? So, you know, which is why like it would have been, you know, a lot easier if he bets turn, we can jam the turn. Ace queen, ace 10, you know, some worst two pairs, ace 9 I think was in there. We can definitely do that. So when he checks back, I think he's going to have like some flush draws plus some weak ace x and king x. So it doesn't make sense to bet big if that's what his range looks like, because we bet big, his king x are going to fold. Some of his ace x might fold, you know, those without a club blocker. And then these flushes call, right? Now this is one of those spots. This is definitely one of those spots where you like are close to the money and you get presented with this, like, is this a shove? Is it not? This is a lot more of a shove, or a lot more of a get in than pocket fives. If this guy shoves, we're going to call. He can definitely shove worse, and I think the hand's too strong. Against any open, we are going to call. And against if this guy shoves, for example, or maybe this guy shoves, I will call as well. And you know, sometimes you just have to be willing to get it in. So you're going to have to get it through two players here. But I would expect to have a decent amount of fold equity because it's the bubble. And they wouldn't expect me to be going light here. So I expect to have a decent amount of fold equity. If we get called, we might be in serious trouble. But yeah, ace jack, ace 10 can definitely call. King queen suited might just look us up. So it's not the end of the world. But obviously, like, you know, we'd like just to get this through, to be honest. Okay, we're going to need to win. Okay, there you go. King, queen suited looked us up. That's a great flop. Hold. Hold! Yeah! Come on! That's how we do it. Oh, ace queen straight behind it. Great. Okay, 9 away from the money now. I think this time if he rips, for example, I would fold. If this guy rips, I think, yeah, we can't fold. So this is an interesting one for sure. 8 away from the money. I don't know whether to just jam myself here. Seems like, you know, too good a hand. If I limp and he jams, like, I'm not loving calling off 30 bigs, in all honesty. So I'm actually just going to rip myself. Like, that might be poor, right? And I'm, you know, might be poor, but I think it's going to have a higher expectation than limp calling. Now, obviously, if you just run into a hand, like, you know, it blows, but yeah, chances are he's not, like, his calling range there is pretty tight. But Yeah, maybe, you know, limp jam seems good, but if we limp and then he jams, maybe we just find a fold. Maybe that's a better line actually. Let me know in the comments in the chat, guys, what your line would have been there. I do think this guy's gonna play back at us reasonably often here, but I think the hand's just too strong. Okay, nice. Just because of the big blind sitting out, we're on the bubble, like he can just go absolutely ham. Like he should probably be able to shove any 2 cards in that spot, which means that we can't raise too many hands because we'd end up folding too many of them. But if he's not gonna do that, then we can get away with opening more. But that hand was too strong. So Kribu was saying, was mentioning that I was talking earlier about bricks and mortar poker, like live poker, and he said that he played some live poker in Manchester. That's cool. And then when he got home, he was itching for more live poker, but then COVID hit. Yeah, it's kind of sucks. 3 away from the money now, guys. We have a more comfortable stack, that's for sure. We're going to fold here. See what the stacks are like. So there's a 4K stack. So there's like a under 2 bigs. There's like a 3.5 big stack, and there's like a 5 big blind stack as well left in the tournament. I just watched the replay back of the ace queen hold against king queen. That's quite funny. And then the ace queen hand right behind it. Now looking at it now, like it just seems like overkill to just go ahead and rip it. I think I prefer limp jam. I think you guys are going to absolutely crucify me in the chat, but obviously by the time you hear this, you would have already done that. So I do think I was a little bit influenced by the fact that I had 4 seconds of time bank, which is not ideal. Right, we're on the money bubble. I think we might have made the money, guys. Just waiting to see your... See, maybe I'm just like thinking that if I limp, like he's going to jam like so wide on our limp, right? Because it's the bubble. But maybe he doesn't, right? Maybe he just he never does that. And so limp jamming is going to far outperform just, you know, open jamming in that spot. So Kribu in the Twitch chat actually said, I like open jam there the most. So I think we're in the money because there's 126 left and it says lowest is 0. This could be our first cash of the day in the biggest buy-in of the day. We played 2 109s today. We played the 109 starter and the 109 kickoff. So Edward said he hates the shove there. To be honest, I feel like I'm only getting called by ace king and better. Yeah, we're definitely not. We're not shoving for value. We're shoving to deny him the chance to completely own us on the bubble. Okay, we're in the money. We get to change the felt to red. We're not jamming because we expect ace jack, ace 10 to like be happy about calling. We're just trying to prevent him from jamming. Like, let's say he had like a small pocket pair. When we jam, he has to fold those hands. He can't call for 30 big blinds. But if we limp, they make pretty good hand just to go ahead and jam, and then we're not liking that spot anymore. Now, some people don't know that they can jam at 30 big blinds on the bubble, right? So therefore, like, it's not. What I'm saying is not necessarily true. So yeah, I would. I think it's okay for you to say that you hate the shove, right? We're going to disagree on stuff, and that's fine. But I think it's sort of like it means that you don't think it's good, right? Without sort of remaining open-minded enough to like look at it and say, okay, there is a chance. Let's consider all of the options all the time. I'm going to min raise and call a small blind, I think. Okay, and we'll fold if this guy jams. We'll play post flop if we get a chance to. Okay, going to start with a half pot bet. It does seem like a very much a like way ahead, way behind situation, but it's in GTO world. This is a spot where we should bet very, very frequently, and yeah, deny equity straight away. Like hands like 9-10, Jack 9, Jack 10, maybe Jack 10 continues, but the other weaker gut shots have to fold. We can get some 8x to fold, and I know we're miles ahead of 8x, but yeah, that's it. Yeah, so the other, to go back to Edward's point that he hates the shove, it's only going to get called by ace king and better, but we can actually get better hands to fold that would then put us in a tough spot, which is what I said earlier, right, with the small pocket pairs. When we shove, like if he looks down at 4s, I don't think he can call. So I think it's like that's another reason to shove. Like whenever we shove, we're not just trying to get worse hands to call us. Okay, 9's against ace king here. Looks like ace king is going to win this one. Seven deuce off, pretty easy decision. So Martin in the YouTube chat said limp jam for me, but if he jams super wide, we can just fold. Yeah, I quite like that. I think limp, and then he might try to steal. Like he's probably gonna be like population's gonna be more aware that they can ISO wide on the bubble and put us in a tough spot where we don't want to play too many pots out of position, than jam there with like some hands that, you know, he otherwise wouldn't. Yeah, so I actually think that limping is best. I had 4 seconds time bank. I mean, I'm not trying to justify or defend my play. Like, there's no way that jamming ace queen there isn't profitable. Like, it definitely is, but there could be a more profitable way to play the hand, like, for sure. Big Drama Show on YouTube says the only thing with open jamming is that you're still winning very little big blinds per 100. Yeah, so like I guess the risk versus reward like isn't great, right? Whereas when you limp jam, you win a much bigger pot. You're risking the same amount, but to win a bigger amount. Ed was saying, I think Gareth just got overexcited, to be honest, getting ace queen twice in a row. Yeah, maybe. Oh man, it would have sucked to run into a hand then. Yeah, it's one to think about for sure. I don't know why I'm tanking here. We're not. Not worried here. But yeah, Big Drama shows. Yeah, it's plus EV for sure. But what is the EV like? One big blind. I mean, you know, one big blind is quite a lot. It's 100 big blinds per 100. But the risk versus reward, like we win a little bit, but we potentially bust, and we lose all of that equity, right? So 30 bigs worth of equity in that spot. And that's quite a lot of equity in this tournament with like how many? 126 left. Okay, 9-3 suited. Martin saying another one to review. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a good one. I think it's a fun spot. And the most challenging part of this is that it can't be solved. Like, because no solver gets to tell you the correct answer with this many players left. Like, you can find like Munker and Simple Preflop will tell you the answer on a final table. So they'll tell you whether limping is higher EV than jamming or raising or whatever. But there's no solver that will work it out with 127 left. Like, so a program like HRC or ICMizer is not going to tell you the solution, the optimum solution. It just isn't, because it's not going to understand that when you limp, the guy's going to check back and then you have to play post flop. So Big Drama Show again on YouTube says, I don't hate the shove. I do it a lot myself. I'm just saying people should know that it's still not making a lot of money. People always say plus EV, but never the actual amount of EV or big blinds per 100. Yeah. And I think the thing is that, like, I think that jam is going to make a lot of money because he's going to fold loads, right? Think about how many hands he actually calls there. Like, it's not many. For 30 big blinds on the bubble. But so yeah, I think it's going to make a lot of money in that one instance, but sometimes you're going to run into it and that's going to really suck. But the important thing is not necessarily how much it's making. Like, if it's a really marginal jam, then maybe we don't want to do it. It's what's going to make the most money. Like, is limp jamming a higher EV line than open jamming, or like 3x calling? There's lots of different lines we can do from at 30 bigs from the small blind in that spot. I feel like raise calling is the worst. I think limp calling could be okay. I think limp jam is nice. I think jamming is just, we're not making that much because he folds and we're winning the blinds and antes, but we're putting 30 bigs worth of equity on the line. But it's certainly given some debate for the chat, which is good. This is on YouTube. I know some of you are watching on Twitch. Yes, again, Martin in the chat saying, I think Ace Queen specifically is unique in this spot. Ace Jack we can limp jam over a raise, or limp fold to a jam happily. Ace Queen we're so ahead of any range he jams, but we never really want to run it on the bubble. Yeah, so like it's not a case of like on the bubble, it's not a case of being ahead of his range. It's about being ahead of enough of his being enough ahead of his range, right? So we're going to have a certain risk premium in that spot. Okay, blinds up. Got 25 big blinds now. After the excitement of 2 ace queens, we haven't. I think we had queen 10 suited once, but 98 left. There is a pay jump at 89, so that's 9 away. Okay, 10 it off, just going to fold. Just trying to update the details of the video, of the stream. Another interesting point, actually, because Big Drama's talking about big blinds per 100. Like, it's an ICM spot, right? So we're not working in chips, we're working in dollars. So like if it's a marginal spot, like dollar EV is like, I don't know, $3, right? Let's say the jamming there is worth $3, but we can just fold into the money that's worth $200. Then like it doesn't make sense to risk it all, right? In that spot, like he only just needs to wake up with a hand like a few % of the time, and it really sucks. 12 big blind jam here, just going to go ahead and fold here. I might time bank a little bit because of the pay jump at 89. Like it's not that significant. I mean, it's $22, right? But you know, you look after the $22 and the 22,000 is going to look after itself. Everyone's saying, is it also about context? I feel like we've worked so hard to not bust pre the cash, had a bad day. Let's just take the super nitty approach and get into the money with 25 bigs. I mean, there's something to be said for that, I guess. Like, and you probably, yeah, if we had like an amazing day, like we were up 20k already, we would not care about busting this tournament. And it should be the same, right? In this, like we've had a bad day, but really, like in the big grand scheme of things, it's not like this is a really interesting spot because he's 2.5x'd it. I would VPIP here against a min raise, but I'm gonna fold versus a 2.5. Yeah, you never think like that. Like you've had a bad day, you know. Obviously, like it's gonna at the end of the session now is gonna feel better than like bricking everything. Like, you know, it feels pretty miserable to brick everything. I'm just gonna fold here, I think. But we shouldn't be thinking like that. But I think that it's all too common and natural to do that. $2.4x raise here seems way too big for the spot. Like you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 players who can jam on you. Like maybe means that he's just never folding. Trying to make it look stronger. Don't know. I forgot that there's a pay jump in 5, so we should probably consider our decisions a little bit more. Okay, Evolution Poker saying calling roughly 5%. Paddy Jim, jamming could well be the best option on that bubble in that situation. Evolution Poker, Ace Queen would be the bottom of my jamming range. Open folding is worse than raise calling, I think. I think that's fair. That was from Kribu, and then Evolution Poker with 30 bigs. You also have max fold equity. Yeah. Yeah, so to go back to Edward's point about context, like I don't think it should matter, right? You don't want to be making decisions based on how good your day's gone or how good your session's gone, right? And it's kind of the same as when I hear stuff like, oh, I need to get third to get out of it, or, oh, you know, this is a day saver, right? You're playing one big session at the end of the day. I don't think it's a case of, you know, basing, you know, plus EV is plus EV, right? And you want to just make the best decisions possible at all times. Okay, going to raise aces here. I think he's going to be a little bit freaked out if we check. So I'm just going to min bet flop, and I do expect him to fold a lot, but I don't expect him to catch up significantly enough where he's going to be able to put 10 big blinds in, right? So, you know, let's say he has queen jack, right? And we check and a jack comes on the turn. Is he really going to put 10 big blinds in? No, he's not. So I think just betting and maybe he does something funky with 4-3, 5-3, something like that is the way to go. And we min bet, right? So he's supposed to continue with a pretty wide range in that spot. We're like, I kind of wanted it to be king high, right? More likely that we, you know, completely unblocking top pair. So yeah, going back to what Big Drum was saying about big win rate, big blind per 100 in an ICM situation, that's not the case, right? Because it's just percentage equity in the tournament rather than big blinds or chips. More TBC in the chat with some kind of emoji. 10-6 off, just going to fold. And again, I keep forgetting there's this pay jump. But again, like it's not huge. Like it's a fifth of a buy-in or something. And Big Drama said, I feel like that's not a winner's mindset, though. Yeah, I think that's what I mean about context, right? Like, it's one big session rather than we've had, you know, a very, very bricky day. And, like, we just want to take the highest EV line possible. Okay. Face a jam here, just going to fold. We're right on the pay jump now as well. Okay, so we've locked up $222, guys. Okay, I'm going to fold. Sixes against aces here. Aces going to scoop. Next hand. King 8 off. Go for a raise here, folded 2. Shout out to Rick Blackdog for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, we take that one down. 26 big blinds, 8-6 left. Ace, queen of clubs here. This player, if Pora Adrian shoves, we're gonna get it in. Expect to see like ace jack off, king queen off, pairs, stuff like that, and occasionally ace king. Okay, on this board, we're gonna size up with 2 pair. We do block like hands that we want them to continue with. Okay, up to 29 bigs, pretty nice flop. Like, it's unusual to see him continue there, but I think sizing up makes sense. I am going to mark you for review just to have a look at whether or not top 2 on that kind of board is a small bet rather than a big bet. Like, you know, it strikes me as a spot where maybe like ace king and ace jack are more big bet spots rather than, you know, and then ace queen and top set and middle set and stuff is more of a small bet. So I just want to check that. Okay, 8-5 off, just going to fold. This might be the record for the longest stream we've done so far. I can't remember exactly how long the stream was last time. I've just seen more TBC says your Nightbot command for the YouTube channel has a typo. Well, let's get that fixed. I can't. Where is it? I'm going to fold 9-6 off here. I can't see the typo. Where's the typo? I just clicked the link and it goes to our YouTube channel. So I don't know where the typo is. More TBC. I'm looking at it and I'm trying to find it. I can't see it. Oh, brilliant. Can't spell the word subscribe. Didn't even notice it. How do I edit it? Six three suit here. Just going to go for a fold. So I'm looking at the Nightbot command, and I can't even see where it says subscribe to our YouTube channel. There's for free strategy videos and more, check out our YouTube channel. This is where being a noob on a stream is not very helpful. Maybe more TBC can help us out, tell us what we need to do to change it. Because I'm looking at Nightbot right now. Let's go. Can't even see it. I feel like there's something else. Yeah, because I'm looking at the Nightbot commands, and most of them are not in there. The ones that are coming up automatically, right? So there's clearly like something. Aha, here we go. I found it. Timers, subscribe. Let's change this. Subscribe, we changed it. Okay, 10-9 off. I think I'm just going to check back here and just bang off a straight. Okay, a little bit of a straight. We can bet or check. I'm going to go for a check. Turn a straight. He checks again. I think it's unlikely that he has a better hand. He could have like a better 10, I guess. But I'm going to go for a bet now. And get called by, you get called by worse, straight draws, flush draws, stuff like that. Deny equity seems reasonable. Okay, we found it. More TBC. Thank you for highlighting that. So the thing is that it wasn't a command, it was a timer. And I'd forgotten I'd even set this up. Because we used to stream, so it was me, Doobie Fish, shout out to Doobie Fish, Dwight Ninja, shout out to Dwight Ninja, and Van Helsing, who streamed. Doobie Fish and Dwight Ninja streamed the most, I would say. And then it was Van Helsing, and then I did a little bit. And then Fugly didn't do any. But that's okay. I'm going to fold here. And yeah, so we got it set up on, you know, quite a few machines so that everybody could do it. And it was really fun for a bit. And then we just all stopped. So maybe we'll see some of those guys come back. Who knows? Maybe I need to do one of those things on social media. If you want to see Doobie Fish back, this tweet needs 100 likes. And Edward with another question. Third ace queen hand, is it not hard for him to continue with worse versus a big bet? I think it is, which is why I wanted to just check to see actually if it's just a small bet spot. And I think there's every chance that it is. Yeah. Okay, going to fold 8-6 off. Okay, we see a jam here. I am going to fold. Don't know what happened there. I think I used one of the hotkeys from OBS whilst I was typing something on Facebook. Okay, more TBC in the chat says, yeah, looks like it's a timer rather than a command. So yeah, what we got there. Thank you for your input. Appreciate that. Thanks for finding the typo. It must have been like that for a couple of years. Like I said, like we streamed like a couple of years ago and haven't done it for a while. And more TBC saying, the boots! The boots, Lisa! Shout to Doobie. Dwight Ninja's thing was, yeah, 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 as an homage to the German players. I think it was Stefan Sontheimer who says that quite a lot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout out to Holy Broken for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. More TBC saying that he was a loyal sub for a month. Excellent stuff. Kribu saying that he can replace Fugly's job, no problem, no problem. If we get rid of Fugly, we'll be looking for a 5th band member, and we'll be holding auditions for the position as soon as COVID has gone. Okay, a6 off here under the gun, just going to fold. I've just seen, I was watching the live stream now, and you guys got to watch a quarter of my desktop for quite a while. I'm sorry about that, guys. I feel like those timer commands are going to edit them. I think there's not enough lines. I'm going to go 30 minutes and 5 lines. Okay, ace queen off here. We're going to call. If someone else calls, we'll fold. But yeah, I think expect to see like a similar hand to ours. Ace queen, ace jack. Okay, and now we're going to fold. Pretty straightforward fold, I think. Simpione, I believe, is Ian Simpson. It's Ian Simpson with the news. Okay, well this makes it easy. Don't think that is a. I'm not sure. Not sure. But eights is going to take it, but yeah, I'm not. Maybe it's fine. Okay, so we can call or we can raise here. I'm just going to call, I think. Yeah, there's not much we can do. We are going to have a decent number of 9x though to flat small blind. So maybe he does check back and allows us to see a turn card. He does not. I'm going to fold. Okay, so hopefully now there's going to be a little bit, there's going to be more comments in between, like a bit more chat. So we're 2 away from pay jump. Still think we need to open this though. Punished. That's a huge 3-bet. Like, I don't think he needs to make it this big, honestly. 4.5x out, like, at 20 bigs effect. Like, he's never folding now, right? So he's basically just doesn't want to jam through this guy. Oh no, I've got a cough. Haven't got the Rona, honest. I'm gonna fold. King 7 off. Right on the pay jump then. 63 left. 62 gets an extra. Let's find out. $24.17. Lowest stack 27. Yeah, so like 7 bigs, 8 bigs. So I definitely think it's worth considering at this stage. You know, give someone a chance to bust. Like, let there be, you know, more hands at other tables. So nobody busted. Still 63 left. We have a very easy decision here with 3 deuce off. So the stream is now approaching 8 hours. I think this is probably going to be the longest stream so far. So now we just got to extend it and keep it going all the way to the final table, all the way to heads up, and all the way to first place. Right, that's going to be the break, guys. 5 minutes. I'll be back. We're 44 of 63. We've locked up $222. There's 12.6K up top. So see you in 5. All right, guys, back for more. 20 bigs in a dream. That's a great flop for 2-pair. Or great flop for our hand, shall I say. I think we can bet or check. I'm going to go for a bet. Ace doesn't fold. Some other hands don't fold. Some draws. This guy could have some draws. Get him to continue with like a pair, plother, and a backdoor flush draw or something. I think checking is fine too. That's disappointing. The nerfs. So we'll call this guy, I think. Call this guy. Yeah, he can definitely shove 8s. So can this guy. And so can this guy. And you know, worse hands. This guy could jam 8s as well, given that we're playing the effective stack 25 bigs. It's less likely for this guy to... if he 3-bets, that looks like the strongest, I think. Okay, so we could go for a check or a bet. I'm going to go for a check. Okay, he bets. So we're going to go for a call. See, you know, some bluffs here. You could bet the sizing with an 8, just for, you know, value and protection. 4 diamonds then on the turn. He can still have hands like Queen Jack. We block Jack 9, which is, you know, a bluff he could have. We river is set. I think I'm going to check jam. Now Queen Jack is obviously a hand that he can definitely take this line with. I'm going to go for a check and hopefully induce some kind of bluff. Our hand kind of looks like some like overcards now, so I'm hoping that he takes the bait. But Queen Jack would really, really suck. So he bets really big here. So I think it's hard for us to get called by worse if we jam, right? So I'm just going to call because I think if we jam, we just get called by Queen Jack, and he doesn't have too many sets in this spot. So I think that's sort of like, you know, tournament preservation. Like if there was more of a chance that he has a worse hand at that point, then like there's more of a chance he has like 2-pair or a set or, you know, a weaker hand, then I would obviously go for a check jam. But in that situation, like I'm struggling to find a hand when we block like 9-8 or 10-9 that he would bet flop with, check turn, and then bet call river with, right? So Queen Jack's 1 and we lose to that. 7-6 is 1, I guess, when we lose to that. And then we block the kind of hands that we want him to have. I don't think he's going to bet call river with a hand like, I don't know, Ace-9, right? And we block that too. So yeah, I don't like in a GTO world, like you're probably supposed to check jam there, but in practice, it's very hard for him to have worse. He needs to have like an overpair, right? He needs to have aces and kings basically that bet flop, check turn, and then value bet river. And if he doesn't have those hands, and he doesn't, yeah, that's it basically, I think. Oops. So we've locked up another pay jump. 41 left. We've locked up, sorry, 61 left. We've locked up $246.85. Just going to fold 7-5 suited. Right, next hand on the button, 40 big blinds. 7-8 off, just going to fold, I think. Seen some comments from Ralph in YouTube chat. Says, Jam, you said you were going to jam. No, you just said you were going to jam. Yeah, I just went through the thought process, right? As to why I didn't jam the trips. There's, yeah, set on the river. Because I don't think we ever get called, or we don't get called enough by enough worse hands. Like, it's really hard. He needs to have the overpairs, and I think that they... You know, the weaker overpairs will value bet river, and don't think he has too many 10x that's going to bet call the river, and we block 10-9. We block a hand like 9-8 suited, so yeah, I think it's fine. And yeah, I don't think a hand like ace-10 is going to bet call the river. Now, there's absolutely every chance that I'm wrong about that, right? But why wouldn't ace-10 continue betting the turn? It's not like it has a lock on the hand, right? Top set is one, but obviously we lose to that. Okay, so you just so Ralph's happy with the, well, he said thank you for the breakdown. I think I went through it, right, as to why. Sometimes I don't have enough time to explain the reasoning. So I have to, you know, explain it afterwards. And sometimes you got to, you know, explain it afterwards and try not to be results orientated about it. Like I might have looked like a genius there if he had Queen Jack, right? Evolution Poker, check jam versus certain sizings though, right? The bigger he goes, the less we check jam. Yeah, I just think in the way that the hand played out, it's really tough for him to have a hand strong enough that to bet call the river that isn't strong enough to beat us. Right? So he just has a better hand. Like, yeah, he calls with a lot of better hands. It's probably a great spot to bluff because of that reason. Like, if I had the king jack, maybe that's a good spot because I block him from having the straight. But I think let's have a look here. Yeah, I think the way it played out, it's pretty hard. Like if it was like an ace on the river and we turned the set, and there's more chance that he has like 2 pair and stuff for us to get value from. Then very happy to call it off. 10 ball, we need a 10 deal it. 10 on the river. That sucks. But in that situation, I think it's really hard. We block the 2 pairs that we want to call. It's probably easier to check jam that river with whatever the other set, what was it now? It's 10, 9, 8. So like pocket 8s is probably a better jam than pocket 9s. Big drama show on YouTube. My question is, does he bet call river with aces? I would always check jam because I never want to miss value from those hands. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of target you'd be going for, right, when you check jam. That's why, the solver is probably check jamming in that spot because believes that he's going to have aces and kings some frequency there. And maybe does call the river with a 10, like bet calls the river, because otherwise, like, he doesn't have too many hands to call. But in practice, I just don't think it's happening. Lost a flip there then with ace king versus jacks. Puts us back to 24 big blinds. Not much we can do. Talked about this a little bit earlier on about, just continuing to make good decisions and not worrying about the rest of it, which most of it is out of your control. So funny in tournaments, like you get up to a stack size and you're comfortable, 40 big blinds, but you're only comfortable until until your next flip. And if you don't win those flips, then you go back down to, as you see, like 24 big blinds. I guess that's the fun part of tournaments, but also like the brutal part of tournaments is that, you're sitting comfortably with 40 bigs, you get into a spot where you have to get it in and you lose and you back down. That's it. Move on to the next one. King Queen off, going to open here. Question in the chat, YouTube chat from Darren says, afternoon geezer, what's been your biggest win in a tournament? So I finished second in the mini Sunday Million for 23.5k. That's my biggest online score. Biggest live score was just under 17k in a $350 six max in Vegas. Okay, I think we're just going to overcall here. Okay, versus this bet, we are just going to fold. If you've just joined us, guys, I am the last 36 of 55 currently in the 109 Sunday kickoff. The stream's been going for over 8 hours. Feeling a little bit, but happy to have you here. Welcome to the stream, whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to rip here. 25 bigs with an ace. I think it's the highest EV line. Hope he doesn't wake up with something. Okay, he folds. Okay, going to fold 7 deuce suited. Back to 100k. A friend of mine really loved it when, you know, you get stars helper or stars caption or now stars when they put your chips into big blinds, because he didn't want to see when he had like a big stack, like 100k or a million chips or 100 million chips on, like, you know, on party tournaments, for example. So now it's just like, yeah, don't know whether that was a mindset issue or what, but he preferred it just looking at 25 big blinds. I guess also, if you've just joined us, the rest of the tournaments in today's stream didn't go particularly well. We bricked everything up to this moment, and we are in the money in the 109 Sunday kickoff. And you can fold. So you're raising a 3-bet then, and a call. All right, King Jack off. We will open if folded to. Okay. And we get jammed on. Pretty easy fold. And now we have a pretty easy fold again. Queen 6 off. Ralph saying, I always enjoy your training videos and education. Thank you. Have a blessed day. Good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you, Ralph. Appreciate that. 54 left then. In the money. 109 Sunday kickoff. Straightforward decision here with 6-3 off. Gonna fold 7-4 off under the gun. The more I think about that nines hand where we rivered the set, the more I think he should just rip river. Because it's really hard for us to call with too many hands. Whereas when he bets 10 bigs, like, he leaves us still in the tournament. Whereas if he jams, we have to call off for our tournament life. So I think he generates more fold equity if he jams. Now we would never have folded, obviously, but it's yeah, this is definitely a spot where he can, you know, have some strong hands, like some straights and some bluffs. And I guess it's a spot where we don't block straights and we don't block bluffs. The hand is just, you know, too high up, too strong to want to fold. Okay, I think I'm just gonna flat here. Okay, and check, and probably fold. Should be betting pretty high frequency here, I think. Not much we can do, unfortunately. Move on to the next hand. So I'd have expected him to be playing a little bit looser than he has been. Don't have too much in time bank. If he'd been opening more, I would have just jammed here, I think. But I've gone for a call instead. Like, yeah, I just haven't seen him open. I think he's been playing really, really snug, and suddenly he finds an open. Like, you know, maybe he just hasn't found hands. There's every chance that that's happening. But I think the EV difference between calling and jamming here is fairly similar, and flat seems okay. Got to fold now though. Question from Darren in the YouTube chat says, do you just enter a tournament once or rebuy if you bust in the first few levels? Really depends. You know, during the week, the bigs don't have re-entry, and the bounty builders, or all the bounty builders, so you can't. But in tournaments where you can re-enter, I think it's reasonable. I just would never re-enter, you know, too late in a bounty tournament. But I think, yeah, you definitely can do. So, like, I think I fired 2 bullets today in the bigger 22. I think that was the only one we fired multiple bullets into. Yeah, I think so anyway. Must a pot size bet here then from JBH Infinity. And his opponent folds, so he scoops that one. 15 big blinds then. So we, yeah, it's, I was talking about earlier, like we had 40 bigs and sitting really comfortably, and then you lose a flip and you defend the blinds a couple of times and don't, you know, don't hit a hand or can't continue. And then the blinds go up, and then suddenly you have 15 big blinds. That's tournaments. Well, straight versus a pair and all sorts of draws. 50 left. We're in 40th. And shout out to Kung Clow for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, my man. Or woman. Okay, pocket eights here versus an open will jam. I think the hand's too good to jam, so I'm gonna raise, get it in. Call him, call him, call him. Seems fine. I feel like this guy's jammed on us once already, so could definitely do it again. That's how it works. Have like sevens. He's definitely jamming here. He's thinking about it. Nice, it's called. Okay. This flattening range here is just got to be all over that. So we have to basically say, right, are we going to turn our hand into a bluff so we can get like king queen? King queen probably jams pre. We're looking at like jack 10, 10 9, you know, that kind of region of hands. And he's going to have, yeah, I just don't think this is a good spot for us. Could be wrong about that. I just don't see many flats in the small blind here. I think he's probably going to be fairly strong. But we would be trying to get, like, you know, bluff him off like jack 10 by the river, right? Or queen jack, something like that. Something that he didn't want to jam pre anyway. But it's still a chance he has an ace here. King on the river then. So if we bet, we're kind of repping jacks. I guess like jack 10, queen jack as well would make sense. He bets, and yeah, I think we're just done with the hand, unfortunately. But what I'm going to do is mark it for review. Okay, just going to consider here. We have 47 left. There's a pay jump at 44. It's not a huge pay jump again. It's less than a buy-in, about a third of a buy-in. But you know, we look after the thirds of the buy-ins, and the buy-ins will look after themselves. Tony's gone for it. Gets it in really well, but it's not enough. It's not enough. 7-6 off, going to be a fold for us. We're going to take our time. 46 left, 44, get pay jump. Might even be 45 left now. Whoops. Yep, 45 left. So just one more to go before the pay jump. Shortest stack has 7 bigs. We're 40 of 45. See a 3-bet here then from the small blind. Takes it down. Queen 5 off here. I don't love it. It's a flat, so I'm probably just going to fold. No, yeah. We're getting a better price, but our hand really sucks at realizing equity, and especially multi-way. So I'm just, you guys are just up to the pocket 8's hand, and I'm really not sure. Like, it's definitely one I want to look at after the session. Just think it's like as soon as we check back flop, we just massively cap ourselves. So we should probably just bet. But I just think that his range just has a lot of hands that can continue there, and you know. But like, I'm not sure by the river what we actually beat if it had just gone, if it had checked all the way down anyway. So, you know, is it a spot we just give up and occasionally win? Like we beat like, you know, 9 high or something. Doesn't seem that good to me. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you guys think about that hand. Okay, I'm going to fold here with Queen 9 off. Okay, so there's 44 left now, so we've locked up $273. Okay, 10-8 offsuit, it's going to be a fold. So big drama show in YouTube chat saying that he prefers the big blind look too. Ace 4 off is going to fold. Nine two off. It's going to be a fold. We're at the back of the pack. We have pretty simple decisions, I think, now with 10 bigs. $41 to 43. The stream has been going for over 8.5 hours. We started the stream at 10 a.m. It's now 20 to 7 in the evening. It's been our longest stream so far, so that's fun. Just want to carry it on now. See if we can spin up our 10 big blinds. Okay, well, we have a chance. Like I said earlier, there's, you know, you always get that last chance in the dying minutes of the game to equalize, to get back in the game or whatever. But we're going to be all in here. Could get a spin. I'll take a call from 6s from the big blind. That's what I'll go for. Button's thinking about it. Sixes. I mean, I'll take folds, you know. I will take folds. Gonna fold here, Queen 5 off. If you've just joined the stream, welcome. Streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. We are reasonably deep, 39 of 42 in the 109 Sunday kickoff. On PokerStars, we've locked up $273. There's almost $13,000 for first. We have a hand here in the big blind. I do think it's close between flatting and jamming. I think if we had if we had an offsuit hand, I feel like maybe we jam more. This hand does seem like quite a good hand to jam though. Like ace 10 we jam, ace 9. I think this is pretty close. He's raising 86% of hands, so from the button. We just hope to not run into a hand here. Okay, that's an okay result. So let's see if we can hold. We don't hold. That's a shame, guys. We got it in as a 59% favorite. We flopped an ace. We went even further ahead and just had to fade the gut shot. And yeah, so we're 82% on the flop. I mean, you know, doesn't really matter. Like, all it matters really is that I was 0% by the river. So we're going to finish in 42nd place. That's the end of the stream. I'm a little bit disappointed, I'm not going to lie. Got it in a nice spot there. Yeah, it's like, you know, what can you do? Like, my stats suggest that he's opening a ton of hands from the button, and he found a hand he could call with, and unfortunately we didn't hold. So gonna wrap things up, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate the support. If you haven't done so already, hit the follow button on Twitch and hit the subscribe button on YouTube. I'll be back next Sunday with another live session starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. If you want to join tomorrow's webinar, then definitely check out mttpokerschool.com/game-changer. And yeah, for more information. And if you're watching on YouTube, then there is a discount code. So if you want a discount off your membership, then definitely check that out. If you're on Twitch, then quickly hop on over to YouTube and check out the discount code on there. But you're gonna have to do it really, really quickly because I'm about to end the stream. Okay, that's gonna be it, guys. Have a great rest of your Sunday. Take care and see you soon. Bye-bye.